All right. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back. And I'm gonna start Spider-Man again. Because I am a real gamer. I am not deterred by Steam deciding to delete my save file when I'm 30-some% in. Rough estimate, we don't actually know how far in I was percent-wise, but something like that. Something in that ballpark, anyway. I will not be swayed in my efforts. They can try to stop me all they want, but I will continue. Anyway, let me start the game up. And maybe this time I could do a bit better about not talking over. Ooh. I'm just sending stuff flying on my desk while I'm trying to reach for the laptop. Do a bit better about not talking over everything, because I was kind of doing it, and then by the time that I was like fully realizing it, I was kind of like, well, I've been doing it for so long. At this point, there's not much point in me stopping, so I might as well just keep her going. Speaking of keeping her going, hold on, I need to check in on this question of the day. Oh! Okay. Question of the day, mostly for VOD watchers, is what is the least attractive American accent? And on there, we've got some real heavy hitters, like New York, Boston, the Midwest, and the South, right? And so far, the Midwest has the least votes. It's actually barely got any votes. Unfortunately, this time I will have to do it on Spectacular, because since the files got cleared, I can't start from Ultimate this time. But it's okay, because enemies were kind of overly spongy anyway. Sorry, I'm killing the RuneScape music. I'll take it. I'll take Midwest having the least votes. Because we all know it's true. We have, like, out of the bad American accents, you know, in quotes, because of course it's a great accent, we have the best one. It's just true. Don't you know? How far into the stream before it becomes a RuneScape stream? I have genuinely considered the possibility of just doing a bit where I like randomly open RuneScape for like 5 minutes a stream for no reason other than just to have like a recurring bit. But then I would have to figure out ways to, like, I would have to plan it. I would have to be like, at this point in this stream I'm gonna do it, because I would have to keep changing it up, you know? I would have to make sure it doesn't get stale.
Location Fisk Tower.
Fisk? It turned off my subtitles? Hold on. Are you kidding me, Steam? You can reset my save file. You can do all this, but you cannot turn off my subtitles. You bastards. They probably... Hold on. If my settings got reset... Did my graphics settings get reset? Yeah, it looks like they did, because the sharpness is on. Hold on. If the sharpness is on... That's bad. Thankfully, I caught it, at the very least. Because the sharpness in this game is terrible. When we started it, you know, the last time, before Steam reset my save, I thought the game just looked weird, until I realized that it was the sharpness filter that they had on it, for whatever reason. Just have RuneScape running at the same time, multitasking. It's hard to multitask the banana scheme. It's a bit of an active hustle, if you will. This intro is great. I could just watch this intro scene like every single time I boot up the game.
All units stand by. Warrant is en route.
Specifically just him suiting up and jumping out the window. I could just watch this scene every single time. I could. Because it's perfect. It's great. I might even go as far to say it's a 10 out of 10. But question of the day comes from a fun Twitter interaction from this morning of mine, where friend of the show False interacted
Captain
with.
Watanabe.
Did you take him down yet?
Hold on.
No, we're at Fisk Tower, but still waiting on the warrant.
Mind if I join in on the fun?
I won't talk
You
over
know
it.
how his lawyers are. This one needs to go by the book.
Come on, Yuri. I've been waiting 8 years for this.
You really want to help? Head to Times Square. Sounds like his guys are trying to keep my backup from reaching the scene.
You got it. Almost there.
Anyway. Spent my morning playing RuneScape. You awakened a monster. Are you getting your quests done? Because that's always the worst part of RuneScape. But it's always the part that we all have to get through at some point. Oh no, my air tricks are gone!
Hello?
Parker, where are you? We must run through the
Okay.
demonstration at least once before the grant committee arrives.
There's another problem
Yes.
with the save getting
Sorry.
reset.
Yes, dealing with a personal issue. I'll be in soon. Promise.
My air tricks, man.
Better wrap this up quick than get to my real job.
But yeah, False interacted with a tweet that she came across of, it was like the most attractive and least attractive accents, like all up. It was like a top 10 for both. And they had the third least attractive accent as Midwestern on it. Southern was like number 7 or something, like American Southern accent. But American Midwestern was like the third least attractive, according to this source. So I started Minnesota posting, just trying to squeeze as many like Minnesotan phrases and like weird terms and stuff into each sentence that I could. And she started retweeting them. So she's got tweets from me now on like the very front of her Twitter if you opened it right now. Just saying like, oh, didn't mean to make you choke there, bud. Jeez Louise.
Morning, guys.
I got
Who's
this.
ready for their hot, fresh cup of
I'm a
coffee?
professional. Right? I know how to dodge. This is actually gonna feel easier this time around too, just because I can't do it on Ultimate like I was. Which is unfortunate. I thought that was a good challenge, and once I was like readjusted to the game and I got, you know, the first couple health increases that really do go a long way, I was doing fine. How did I get hit there?
This doesn't look good.
I was getting my main combat skills to 20, but I've done 3 or 4 quests now. Quests are kind of painful. That is,
Fisk has a lot of guys on his payroll.
that is like the one thing in RuneScape that I just really genuinely do not like doing, is like getting the quests done. Ow. Off the wall. Off the man. I forget that leap off is a thing. It's really stylish. I really need to find a way to work it in. Ow. Hold on, what if I did like... Oh shit, that didn't work. Hold on. I launched one guy. Shit, I was like, could I launch a guy and then leap off of the guy next to him and start air comboing? Because that would be sweet.
Almost done here. You?
I was gonna try to do some Devil May Cry shit
Be
there.
there soon. Can't wait to see Willie's face when you slap the cuffs on him.
Oh man, my gadgets aren't upgraded. This is such a bitch. I can't believe, if you missed the context a couple days ago, I came on to stream to continue the new game Ultimate 100% file,
Okay,
and
Yuri,
Steam just
hold on.
deleted it.
What's happening?
Like it was just gone. I tried for like 30 minutes to recover it.
Yuri? Yuri!
I couldn't get anything to work. So I was like, well, I can either just completely drop Spider-Man as a stream game,
Fisk wouldn't go quietly.
or I can start over. So here we are a couple days later. I gave myself time to grieve and all that, and now I'm back. But Randy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. But it also means that, like, I had all my gadgets progressed. I had a bunch of skills and stuff that now I've, like, readjusted to having. But now I'm gonna need to readjust to not having them until I earn them again. it's gonna be a shit show in its own special way.
Get more backup. And lock down the airspace.
Yuri, you okay?
If he makes it out of that building, we're gonna lose him.
I'm gonna go,
Hello, Bird.
Do your thing.
Yes. Seize the day, Willie.
Bird, did you ever play Armored Core 5, Bird? By chance?
Okay. I'll clear a path.
Sounds fun.
Follow me.
It's great. We figured out why Steam deleted the file. My OneDrive on Windows managed to turn itself back on.
Sorry to break it to you.
And,
but you do not got this, buddy.
For some reason, OneDrive turning itself on messed with Steam's Cloud Sync feature, where it stores all your save files in the cloud, and reverted my Cloud Sync back to the one from like a year ago. Like when the port came out, sort of a year ago. So I was like, well, the file is dead. I managed to turn off my OneDrive at least, but I was not able to recover the save. I had it on 360, used to play it as a kid all the time. Bird, I already wrote the script and gave it a number score, okay? But because I know that Bird has played Armored Core a lot, and that Bird tends to have some spicier gaming takes than most, what do you think, Bird? Because obviously, as far as like the community goes, it's kind of the black sheep, to put it lightly, right? I got a OneDrive ad. Never let it turn on. Never, ever. Fuck OneDrive. Sincerely. Come here, bitch. Woo! Well, welcome back, Joshua and Warmaster. Hello. You know, I do really like this suit. Maybe this time I'll run the classic suit a lot more. I say that every time that I start this game up, though, to be fair. And every time I just end up running the white spider the whole game because it's the cleanest suit ever made for Spider-Man. No contest. No debate. Everyone agrees.
They shut the elevators down. Take the stairs.
Although Miles 2099 gives it a bit of a run for its money. That suit is also clean for no reason. They had no reason to go that hard with that suit, but they really did.
Heading to the upper floors and hoping nobody turns on the elevators.
Our
But
choppers are taking fire. Looks like Fisk has armed men on every floor.
He's desperate.
And he's hitting us with everything
I
he's
remember
got.
really enjoying it.
Find him and end this.
Not
I have
yet.
so many
Just
thoughts.
picked up chatter. They're running all their data
Members
servers.
got the
We need
update.
that
They
evidence
have
if we wanna
the
put him away for good.
Okay, server room it is.
they have the
Call from May.
whenever I post an update that the script is done, I also post
hi,
the
What is all that
the word
noise?
count
Watch
as
the
like the
superhero
update
movie.
itself.
What's up?
I just wanted to make sure we're still on for dinner tomorrow.
So members already know
Listen, I gotta go.
that this one, I have thoughts.
Love you too.
I have many thoughts. The video is going to be long, like kind of Armored Core 4 video range, like about 20 minutes long. And I have to try to get it done by like Friday. I don't think I'll be able to, but I'm gonna try to. I didn't finish the game until like late last night. The game was long, and I had an emulator problem when I was first setting it up. So I only just finished the game, like I wrote the script this morning.
Hold him so he can't jump around.
I haven't even recorded the script yet.
Exactly do you think this
I'm doing that after stream. Because I had like house chores and stuff to do this morning. You know, the dishes had gotten stacked up. Had to run some laundry. I was getting low on some clothes. I had a bunch of just chores and shit to get done this morning. So I didn't get to record the voiceover yet.
Regret
But
your life choices yet?
I'm gonna see how quick I can rush this video through the editing process. Rush, of course, with it not getting like sacrificed in quality, just how fast can I get through it, rather. Rushed is not the word I want. When I say I'm gonna rush it, it sounds worse than it is. Oh, I can't even swing them around when they're, oh my god.
Gotta find that server.
The
room
servers
before
are
there's no
not
evidence
up.
left.
The servers got shut down in 2014.
If I go in Going this way, they'll
for
destroy all the
AC5.
I should look for a
I had to
sneaky
look
way.
into it because I had heard conflicting
There we
things
go.
about the server status, and I learned what it is.
It's like my own private ventrance.
5, the servers got shut down, like,
Must be a
globally.
dirty
All the
clean.
servers are
Yes,
down
remarkably
since
clean air.
2014. But Verdict Day, all the servers for Verdict Day are still up for some reason. What's the point of living with your mom if she isn't taking care of
They're
those
so cute when
things?
they're oblivious.
Look, man, I am an adult.
Halfway there. Just need another minute or two. You think the cops know where we are?
Plus, I'm the one in the house who's home the
I
most.
forgot my password.
Because I work from home. I really don't leave. It's most of the time, it's just me and the dog hanging out here.
I thought the IT guys at my last job were rude.
But hello, Ryan. Now, just because Jess brought it up, I am genuinely, hello, giving a lot of thought to the...
Console before everything's gone.
I open RuneScape for like 5-10 minutes a stream, no matter what
Just how good
bit.
their security
Because
is.
I think that it could be funny.
You guys forgot
Maybe
the
I
latest
trial
Kombat
run it
patch.
today.
Hiding so.
If you hang out long enough, you might just catch the RuneScape.
Says the guy frantically erasing his search history.
After all these years, you're still just an ignorant child.
True, but that's part of my charm, isn't it?
It is part of his charm. He's not wrong. The writers know it.
Down now!
Air launch.
Past him. Destroy everything.
And yank.
Look around you. I did this. What have you ever done that matters?
Well, there was that time I took down a pompous overstuffed
Oh, you
convoy
can do it to them in the air too?
Without me, the scum I kept in check will run rampant. And it'll be your fault.
Bitch, oh my god, it electrified him.
It's a long, tough road, Fisk.
Woo.
Almost sad to see it end.
Woo.
Mere prelude.
We'll get ready for the main event.
And bitch. Ow. What made the Armored Core 5 playthrough probably more interesting was that the servers aren't up anymore and haven't been for almost a decade.
Yuri, an explosion just...
I saw it.
So there's a lot of
Have the
content
light wired.
that clearly, when I was playing it, was balanced around being played in co-op, like having multiple players running through it at the same time. But my only option if I wanted to get through it was to do it solo. So I genuinely had some of the most difficult encounters that I have had in the series up to this point in Armored Core 5. Only because of the stuff that's like, clearly I'm meant to have a second person with me for this. Because some of those, it was like, oh my god.
Clear, move up!
Not saying if that's a bad or a good thing yet.
Hey guys,
That's for the video to
I guess
explain.
bombs are
I
part of
already
Willie's
said too
getaway
much.
plan?
I do really like this suit.
Trapped.
You go after them. We'll look for the bombs.
Maybe I'll try to work it in more.
Trapped by the last... Everyone clear out! Evacuate the building!
Also, for anyone who was here yesterday when I was fretting about the possibility that I ended up being net loss, or at a net loss on my Bones to Bananas scheme on RuneScape the other day, I did, at the end of yesterday's stream, log on really quick and check the Grand Exchange history.
If you can walk, help the
I looked at the numbers. I did, in fact, make a net profit of about 20K. So I'll take it. Because that just means that, you know, every time that I loop it over, you know, I take that 20K, and instead of investing 50,000 into it next time, I invest 70,000 into it,
Coming your way.
and I'll get a larger
It's Yuri.
How we doing?
number of profit, like
Could be better.
just
Our
flat
chopper's
amount
beat.
out of
We
it.
just had to ground our last one.
And every
If
time
this
that I
wasn't
loop
a
it,
chopper,
it
we have
becomes
no one to
more
stop it from
and
landing.
more
And no one to chase him
profitable.
Why do I get the feeling that
for about the same amount of time, honestly. It's not like it's super time intensive. Like, it's a little longer, but just buy new shirts. Wear a shirt once and never wear it again.
Hurry,
Just buy
get
a new
MTs
one.
Up here fast.
We're trying.
I'm sure there are people who do that.
Incoming!
Right? Surely. Huh.
That's enough out of you.
Oh, he died from hitting the wall.
A little excessive, don't you think? Well, this is gonna hurt.
I don't know what happened. I swear that was not my fault. Whatever that was, I did not do that. Okay? Let it be known. Let's make sure we're all on the same page there. That one was not me.
What? Is it National Rocket
Ow.
Day or something?
We back to day one again? Yeah, so the other day we logged on, and I keep forgetting that I can't throw them anymore. And turns out, after some investigation, Windows automatically turned on my OneDrive again.
What guys get through this?
And apparently my OneDrive messed with the Steam Cloud Sync for my Spider-Man files
Settle down.
and reverted
I'm going up for
my
everybody.
save data back to that of, like, last August. So here we are. Something on the 20th? What's the 20th? December 20th. What's on the 20th? Woo! Okay, I'm pressing both the buttons at the same time. I swear to you. Oh, Spider-Man 2.
Clear.
I don't think I am. I think I'm gonna wait for the PC port.
They're okay.
Only because I would have to buy a PS5 to play it, and I can't. I'll
You
wait.
guys all right?
As long as I avoid spoilers, which shouldn't be that hard.
Lead the
I'm
way.
normally pretty good at
Right
it.
behind you.
As
Heads up, boss.
long as I avoid, like, the story spoilers and stuff, I'll probably get a better experience out of the port anyway. Just visuals and stuff like that, right? We built the juicer for a reason.
So you guys
And it's so that I can play Spider-Man 2 at max settings whenever the port comes out, right? PS5 Slim is $450. I didn't know that they had, like, a Slim. I knew about the no disk drive one.
Kicked in the face.
Ooh. Oh, that's right. The new 2D Mario's on the 20th, too. I don't think I'll play that when it comes out. Oh, I was gonna say I'll probably wait for a sale, but Nintendo doesn't really do that, do they? Shit. I really almost said I'll wait for it to go on sale and then I'll play it. Because I like 2D Mario a lot, but it's not the sort of thing I want to spend like 60 bucks on, right? Personally.
Good news is they were Willie's last
But yeah,
line
they
of
really
defense.
don't put those
They're
games
right
on
outside his
sale.
office.
Take him down.
So,
Now.
With
I don't know what I'm gonna do about that one, honestly. A Nintendo's sale? Yeah, it's like when I bought Mario Odyssey on Mario Day for 5% off. Which, to save you the math, 5% off on a $60 game means that instead of being $60, it's $57.
Writing your memoirs? Don't forget the hyphen between spider and man.
So,
Get the
yeah,
chopper ready. I
it was a
won't
good
be
deal.
long. I'm surprised you made it this far. But your foolishness.
But yeah, Mario Wonder does look good. 2D Mario, I'm very hit or miss on. Actually, Mario in general, I'm pretty hit or miss.
Years of this insolence.
I feel like I only ever really love a Mario game, or it just, it doesn't do it for me, and there's no in between.
Oh, for me? You shouldn't have.
Like, Mario 64, love that shit. Mario, Sunshine, love that shit. Super Mario World, banger. But then, like, Mario Odyssey, not my thing. Mario Galaxy,
How is this happening?
nowadays, not my thing. When I was a kid, I loved Galaxy, but I replayed it on the Switch when it came out. And weirdly, it just, I didn't really like it that much when I went back on the Switch.
That gave me an opening.
Like, Mario is very hit or miss for me. It's like, it's good or it's not. I don't get like an in-between. Ooh. Ow! I don't feel like that should have hit me. Call me crazy. Oh wait, using throwables works too? Oh! Sure as hell that works. Whoa, okay. Get wall comboed. Oh, I bugged his animations out. I'm beating his ass again. Oh god. Get off me. Yuri's voice acting is great. I talked about him being Smoke in MK1, right?
Huh. I was gonna say the same to you.
How Yuri Lowenthal is the voice actor for Smoke in the new Mortal Kombat, and it just sounds exactly like his Peter Parker portrayal. Like, every time that Smoke talks in the new Mortal Kombat, I only hear Spider-Man. Like, the grunts are all the same and everything. It's just Yuri has such a distinct voice. I can't not hear it. Yuri Lowenthal was also in Armored Core 4 Answer, which caught me by surprise. But when I heard him there, too, I was like, oh, that's Spider-Man. That's him right there. Spider-Man. Oh, and the main antagonist of Armored Core 5, this isn't going to be in the video because there's no reason for it to be, just like I didn't bring up Yuri Lowenthal being in 4 Answer in the video, but the main antagonist in Armored Core 5 is voice acted by the same guy who does the Riddler in the Arkham games. And it's another one of those things where, like, he just talks the exact same way as he does there, and I can't unhear it. Every time that I was fighting against that AC, I was fighting the Riddler in a mech suit. Every time. Ah! And it was like a recurring, like, rivalry kind of boss, too. So I fought him multiple times. And every time I just heard the Riddler. Why Spider-Man again? Steam cleared my save file. So we have to start over. At least I wasn't that close. Like, I was, like, roughly 30% in. So, like, I had made a lot of progress. But it's not like it cleared my file at, like, 80% or something. If it was that late, I probably wouldn't restart. Beat the shit out of him.
So, should we kiss now?
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Kiss. I'm constantly amazed by the dog's ability, my dog, to lay like 10 feet from me while I'm sitting here yelling for hours on end and just sleep right through all of it.
Finally off to Rikers, huh? You know, I think you've got more enemies in there than I do.
If you think this will be more than a minor inconvenience...
Whoop, gotta go. Hey, good luck, Willie. I have a feeling you're gonna need it.
Idiot! I'm the one who kept order in this city! 1 month! In 1 month you'll wish you had me back!
2-game Nintendo voucher for $100 before Tears came out. Just pre-ordered new Mario game for free.
Maybe take a vacation.
They sell that? You can buy a thing from them that's just, if you give us $100, you can redeem it for 2 games. That doesn't sound like Nintendo at all, if you ask me. I need the web throw. So badly, I need the web throw. Perfect dodge would probably be the better idea, but
Parker, where are you?
just the amount of times I was trying to use it there. Oh, within a year? That's still pretty good.
Guess I'll just do it myself.
No, don't. It's not safe.
You get the Metroid Prime remaster yet?
Gotta love Doc's enthusiasm.
Because that was a banger.
Sometimes it gets him into trouble.
For members
Better
only?
get there before he hurts
Oh, I have the membership, to be fair. I don't even like Nintendo in terms of I don't like them as a business. They make good games. But Nintendo pisses me off all the time. If you've been in streams for any amount of time, you've heard at least one Nintendo rant. I don't even like Nintendo, but I have online because it's only $20 a year. It's really cheap. in all fairness to them, online is nothing. Especially, like, PlayStation Network now is like $80 a year. And that's for the basic version. And then they have, like, 2 higher tiers of it. And I don't remember how they're priced, but I think both of them are over $100 a year. Although the PSN price hike is just stupid. I can't believe that they did that. Well, I can because it's Jim Ryan,
Sorry, I'm
but
late.
PlayStation has been pushing it for a while too. I've started to dislike PlayStation almost as much as Nintendo. Almost.
You started without me.
Not
The
quite.
grant committee's director will be here soon.
It's hard to be as unlikable as Nintendo.
It's fine, Parker. I invented this equipment. I think I can handle it.
Wish I found money for stuff.
Power damper.
I think I mentioned it before, like, kind of recently, but Patreon is going to turn into one of those
maybe we
things
should
like
go-
Venmo,
Not yet.
where every once in a while, I'm going to remember that,
Hold on.
that Patreon, like, exists and that there's money in there and withdraw it, because Patreon doesn't have, like,
Another setback.
a pay cycle. Like, they don't have a sort of thing where they're like, oh, we pay out on this day of every month. It's just whenever someone pledges money on Patreon, it goes into your balance, and you just go in and manually withdraw the money whenever. Like, you just go in and click the button.
No, it was all my fault.
The energy levels exceeded our expectations. From a certain viewpoint, that's
So that's
a very
gonna
positive
probably
development.
become my new, like,
Smell
oh,
very
wait,
positive.
I probably
I
have
assure
money
you, in the
sitting
next
in there,
phase.
and then
Let's
I'll
not get
check
ahead
and
of
have
ourselves.
way more than I thought. Because it's been months
Is there
since I
somewhere else
checked
we
it.
can discuss this?
Maybe you should take the rest of the day
A
off,
grand
Peter.
in my bedside
But
table.
we'll talk later.
You just need to, you know, start, like, having you and your friends exchange cash through Venmo.
That was a disaster.
You'd be shocked how
But the
quickly it
dampener
happens.
failed. I know Doc said take the day off, but I have to figure out what went wrong.
It's puzzle time.
Ooh, you are in bad shape, little guy.
Wait, wait, wait. Reach deep and find
Let's see
stuff.
what's wrong with you.
I wish that when I was in college, I found money in my couch. I haven't had friends in a long time now. Is that what being an adult is like? You just get stuck with one person forever.
Circuit burned out. Damn it. If I had been here to do the pre-check, I would have caught this.
Huh? We do that, we do that, we do that.
Got it.
Pretty much. Choose wisely. Me and my friends from high school
Need to reroute
keep up
servo
well.
Control.
Like, really well. My friends from college and I don't. I never hear from my friends from college, except one of them. One of them I do hear from, actually. One of them is pretty good about reaching out, but not really. Like, he's the only one of them. But high school
Nice.
friends, I've still got
What next?
like 6 good friends from high school that I keep in contact with.
Now rebalance the voltage.
It's funny because everyone always told me, like, oh yeah, your college friends will be like your friends for life. But I ended up losing contact with my college friends like within 2 months of graduating. Like, past that point, it was over.
Let's see if that worked.
For what's going on with anyone
It is
from
new.
high school. I think it's just because I think we transitioned fairly well out of it
Doc's been
because
testing new materials for the prosthetics.
our senior year of high
He asked me to
school
review his work
was
if I had time.
we were the graduating class of 2020, right? So we, right before graduation, got hit with COVID lockdown. And we had to, like, finish up school for the last couple months in lockdown.
I should review what Doc's been developing and double check his work.
So Like, I think that we transitioned better just because we were all keeping up super well through lockdown. And, like, hanging out during lockdown and stuff. So we just kind of got used to it. Because we weren't going to see each other in class that way anymore.
Nice. Super smooth response.
Sorry, the dog was making a bunch of noise, and I looked over, and she has turned herself upside down on the bed. Like, she's laying belly up, legs in the air, and snoring. She's not a small dog, either. When I say that, you might think like a little dog.
Should avoid bone-crushing handshakes at least.
She's just not smart. I'm supposed to be the shy one, but I'm the only one reaching out. I feel like that happens a lot, though. At least in my group, too. The ones of us that were quieter in high school are always the ones that are, like, organizing stuff.
Doc was testing a new contact material for the prosthetic.
Just started playing the first Final Fantasy. It is a very chill, like, surprisingly enjoyable run. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy, despite not normally being a JRPG fan. Because it's simple.
Strong, but there's
it's well paced. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's just kind of like you blast through it and you're done. And I liked it. Plus, naming all the party members after
I screw things up for Doc even more.
YouTube channel members made it very funny. Like having Mikkel be the white mage, and then late in the game, the revelation that Mikkel throughout the entire game, you know, unbeknownst to all of us, was a woman the entire time.
Rikers yet?
Not Rikers. Our boy qualifies for the VIP treatment. He's in the raft.
Ah, joining Scorpion, Electro, and the rest. Fisk should be honored. That's a steamed company.
Can you swing by the precinct? Got an issue that could benefit from your unique skill set.
Mikkel is woman.
For you, Yuri,
that's one of the best
anything.
running bits.
I'm on my way.
Spoilers. It's literally just the white mage taking their hood off and having long hair. That's all it was. They might not have even been a woman.
One fan thinks about the Fisk take.
In all honesty, they just have long hair, and I was like, wait a second.
This is Just the Facts with J. Jonah Jameson, where listeners like you discuss the issues affecting our city with Pulitzer Prize-winning two-time.
Wait, what's the billboard? Two-time.
Pulitzer Prize-winning former publisher of the Daily
Hour.
Physical. Hey, plug the book. And
it's a jeans ad.
order Mr. Jameson's book,
What is that ad?
Within 24 hours of our broadcast, you'll get an autographed copy at no extra charge. No personalization.
Anyone from New York, do your jean billboards look like that?
With J. Jonah Jameson, alerting you to the threats you don't even know about. Let's
Hello,
dive right
J.
into the
Jonah
call.
Jameson.
Speak.
Okay, so not for nothing. You gotta give Spider-Man respect for taking down Wilson Fisk.
No
right?
one was
I mean,
surprised
what's
for
that
some reason.
forever?
I pointed it out as
Tell
well,
me, are you a police officer? Prosecutor?
but Mikkel's woman was way funnier because of the running history of Mikkel's characters being women whenever he gets an insert into the stream.
Let me explain something to you about crime boss.
And that one wasn't even intentional.
With a gun, a tracksuit, and a drawer full of gold chains, decides he's the next godfather. We're gonna have a gang war in the streets, but does that whip-headed moron give a damn? Of course not. It got on TV. That's what counts.
Yeah, well, I can get copper pipe without paying kickbacks now. So until that gang war starts, I'm on the webhead side.
And you'll be singing a different tune when 3 new mobs are lining up to charge you triple for that same pipe. Or just break your legs. Goodbye!
Goodbye!
Someday, Jonah, I'm gonna get you to say something nice about me. Someday.
I love J. Jonah Jameson so much. It was Far From Home, the Tom Holland movie where they got J.K. Simmons back, like out of nowhere to cameo as
Tell people when you come up here.
Jameson.
I need a break from their crap.
I remember losing my mind in the theater over it.
Fair enough. So, why'd you call? Need a date to the policeman's ball?
Was that Far From Home or No Way Home? Someone help me
No
out
balls
here.
Anyway, we spent too much integrating Oscorp surveillance tech.
Worth it though, right?
It was.
Till an hour ago. Whole system went down. Citywide. Every tower.
How?
They tell me someone sabotaged the central server, and now all the
The one
towers
with
are
Mysterio, Far From Home.
Inside
J. Jonah, Alex Jones. It feels like
figure
in
it out
this
later.
game
Right
especially,
now we need to get the towers back.
he's very much based off of like an Alex
called
Jones
me?
kind of character.
Aw, that's sweet.
I called someone I could trust. Plus, the signals are
back.
scrambled, and we have no idea how to fix it.
I slept weird, and like my
challenge.
mid back
You break it,
has
you buy
been
it.
giving me
I thought
pain
you
all
trusted
day.
me.
I'm already getting old. I say
Take a
it
look at
out
this
loud, and I'm just like, holy shit, I should not be
fans have
saying
been
that yet. I'm too
so-
young to be saying stuff like that. But I really did. Like, I just woke up this morning, and out of nowhere, like, kind of my mid-back, it's not right.
We just had a tower come back online. Was
It's
that
been giving me pain
Not
all
just
day.
a pretty mask, huh?
Whatever you did, any chance you could do it to the other towers?
Homeless.
Sure, but just so you know, I had to sync up with the tower to fix it. I'm seeing all crime data in the area now. Looks like there's a break-in.
I'm actually
happening
looking
here.
forward to
Right.
whatever they
Nearby.
end up doing
Don't
next
bother. I'm on it.
for like MCU Spider-Man. Obviously Tom Holland is on like his acting hiatus right now. Like he's taking a break from acting for a while, if you haven't heard. He's not working on any movies for a bit. But I feel like they left him in a really interesting spot, like at the end of No Way Home. Cole is 21. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Get their keys.
Like, it starts this young. The whole, you know, if I sleep wrong, my back hurts all day. Does it really start in the early 20s? Because this ain't right, man. No one should live like this. It's better. I tried to work it out a little bit, and it does feel better, but not quite the relief I was looking for, but I'll take what I can get, I suppose. It's better than just
Okay, wrapped up.
straight up pain.
Thanks for that. Now I'm seeing an assault near you.
You're in luck, Yuri. Your favorite tough but lovable, grizzled, seen-too-much detective is in town.
What? No. You promised you wouldn't do that any...
Spider Cop.
Spider
Please,
Cop.
no.
Played Diablo 1. I'm impressed. I'm a big retro guy. I really like retro shit. I think it's just because I grew up mostly playing like PS1 when I was really little.
Yep.
So I really like late 90s era, even mid 90s. Early 90s is iffy for me. Mid 90s they started to get a lot more consistent.
Get away from her.
Like late 90s is probably my favorite era of gaming straight up. If not early 2000s, maybe right there with it. Most awaited game for me right now? Like the game that I'm kind of most anxiously waiting for is Stalker 2. Dumb bitch. Welcome back, Jess. When you hit 40, it takes like 3 more days. You know how you can recover overnight? Okay, yeah. I hope that I can recover overnight with this one. Ow. Yeah, just like armor straight through my punches. It's cool.
Walk away now, or she's dead.
Let me go!
You ready for this? Check this shit out. I'm a professional.
All clear, ma'am.
Bigger than the
I knew
map
Jameson
of
was wrong
Elden
about
Ring?
you. You're a little weird, but you got a good heart.
Have you got somewhere to go?
I can take care of myself.
I'm sure you can, but just in case, there's a place called the Feast Center.
Seen it. I don't want charity.
They got the best wheat cakes in the city, hands down.
Mom used to make those. Haven't had any in a long time. I'll check it out.
There's no way it's
Thanks,
bigger than the map of
Spider
Elden Ring.
guy.
That can't be right.
Spider-Man. Oh well. Should be able to spot the next tower from up there.
See you in 2 hours. I will still be going in 2 hours. So we'll see you. Uh-oh, Jesus.
From his elevated position, Spider Cop spies his destination. The second surveillance tower.
Are you narrating yourself?
What?
Yes.
No! Of course not! The chief never did understand Spider Cop. Thought he was a loose cannon.
Already regretting this.
Spider Cop is great. I said it when I played last year, but I remember when this game came out and everyone being like, oh, the Spider Cop bit is so dumb. I love the Spider Cop bit. I think it's hilarious. Me personally. I will defend Spider Cop. Always. It's a good bit.
Score. Towers are picking
Prime
up all
4,
kinds of RFID signals
I wonder when
now.
we'll get more
nearby.
advertising for it. Although now, I'm not sure how they're really going to try to like build up to it.
Oh, wow. One of my old backpacks from high school. Forgot I attached
Because if the new
tracking dots to
console's
these.
coming out next year, they'll probably just make it a launch title. But I feel like Metroid
Wonder how many of these are scattered around the city.
is like a little too niche for them to rely on as a launch title. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like it's a risky idea.
My first real date with MJ. Wish I could have afforded someplace fancier. But she didn't seem to mind.
Especially when they could have saved,
Still there?
or
Got a
sorry, not
robbery
Breath
a
of the
few blocks
Wild.
away.
Spider Cop's on it. Part man, part spider.
They could have saved Tears of the Kingdom for like another year and made that a launch title, and it would have been so much safer. I don't know, Nintendo. Their business decisions confuse me. They really do. I don't understand Nintendo.
Open the safe. Do it.
Hey, fellas.
Ah! Spider-Man! Shoot him!
Huh. Come here. Woo! Probably be cross-gen. Oh yeah, I forget that Nintendo likes to do a cross-gen game. Maybe. I was definitely thinking they were gonna remaster like the whole Prime trilogy, kind of like they did with the first one, in like anticipation to like build hype for the what's it called? The new one?
If you work this hard at a legit job,
To like get more eyes on the Prime games. But so far, I mean, when's the next Direct? Actually, that's a good question. They do a Direct like once a month at this point, I swear. Like, when's the next one? Does anyone know? When is the next Nintendo Direct?
All right, Yuri. I'm gonna repair the last Chinatown tower now.
Don't you mean Spider Cop's gonna repair it?
Yes.
Been doing a little thinking, Yuri. Policing's a young man's game. And Spider Cop, well, he's no spring chicken.
Please be going where I think you're going.
As of today, Spider Cop is officially retired.
Oh, thank God. I need a drink.
We'll all drink tonight, Yuri. Drink to the memory of Spider Cop's tireless... Yuri? Yuri, you there? Guess the emotion of the moment overwhelmed her.
Okay. Hold on. There we go. That one was weirdly tricky to get like the exact spot for me. I kind of forget that Prime 4 is even like upcoming just because they're not advertising it.
Not good.
Silk
Can't have
Song
people
is my
taking
third.
pictures of my 3 chest hairs.
Silk Song is not a real game. It's never going to come out.
Tools I need for suit repair at the lab. Wonder if Dr. Octavius is left for the day.
Convinced. It's not real. It was all just a big elaborate sham. Always. Hold on. Get more towers. Who's ready for backpack collecting
How did it go with
again?
the committee? I'm so sorry I screwed things up.
Not at all, Peter. They're just nervous in the face of imminent triumph. They'll calm down. They always do.
Should I head back to the lab for cleanup?
No. I'm stepping out for dinner anyhow. We'll resume tomorrow. Short break, then back to creating the
You know it's true. You know it's true.
Wish I could bottle and sell that man's optimism. Sounds like he's left the lab for the day. Good time to work on my suit in private.
All right. Okay, make it small. Make it. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. What was I about to say? Oh, last night while I was working on stuff, I had a video in the background. It's a great video that popped up. It was an older video, a little bit, like a couple years old, I think. And apparently at some point the source code for well-known yet not very well regarded indie game Yandere Simulator leaked, like the entire source code. And so the guy just did like a full analysis of the source code, like just kind of looking through it, picking it apart, and oh my god, it was some of the worst spaghetti code that I've seen in my life. And I've seen some bad code. I've written some bad code, all right? I won't act like I haven't. I've written some horrific programming in my day. But that was like next level spaghetti code. Like, how did it even get this bad? It was scary, man. Wait, how is that not a perfect dodge? Huh? That was... Oh, it's... Wait. My ability to read. It said dodge under. For some reason, I just interpreted it as perfect dodge. Okay. And then we... Whoop. Easy challenge. Easy life.
Huh. Fisk did keep these wannabe pushers in check. Wait a minute, what's that feeling? Do I miss him?
No.
Did I hurt you guys?
All right.
Good news.
Hold on. Hey, who's got a calculator handy and knows how to do math? I'm brainstorming more RuneScape schemes at the moment while I've got just a bit of like kind of more mindless grinding. And I don't know what else to talk about. Who's got a calculator handy? I could probably actually do it mentally. Oh, I could do it mentally. Never mind. I don't need anyone with a calculator. Never mind. I got this in my head. Oh, maybe I don't. I could do it. All right, I can skip a couple steps. What is, like... What's 40% of 70? That's all I need to know. Don't you have a phone? Yeah. Who's got me on this one? What's 40% of 70? At least these early levels come fast if you're doing this. 28? Is it 28? That was fast. Oh. I could have done that in my head. I know exactly how you got that number, and it makes perfect sense. I could have done that in my head. And that is right. It will be 28. Okay, so 28. So if I just repeated the banana scheme, which I already, when I was on the RuneScape yesterday, when I logged onto it real quick, for those that missed it, I may or may not have already reinvested all of my gold into more nature runes and most importantly, more bones. So I have already invested like my roughly 70k that I had after the last round into it again.
I gotta stop that car.
So I can expect that after we run the banana scheme again, I will have turned that 70K into about 98K. Not so bad.
Yeah.
Not so bad.
So that's just...
Oh, the 40%, by the way, coming from, just the fact that the first round of Banana Scheme had a 40% profit margin. That's where that's coming from. We can expect to have in the high 90s of thousands of gold after we do another Banana Scheme. Talking like you're gonna do another RuneScape Banana stream? Maybe at some point today. We just pause Spider-Man for like 10 minutes, go flip bananas real quick, and then get back to it, and no one will know who wasn't there at the time. Anyone who missed it will have missed it. But anyone who was there will see capitalism in action. They'll see what it truly means to be an entrepreneur. It's quite the skill to be able to take a pile of bones and turn it into a pile of bananas. You just gotta know how to do it, and you gotta be brave enough to do it. And thankfully, I'm both. I know how, and I'm brave enough to do it. It was a surprisingly good scheme. I was very happy with it, because it's just kind of easy in terms of money. Like, it's low effort, in all honesty.
Sleep it off.
It's creative. Like, all the effort from that idea just comes from the creativity, right? But beyond just, like, the imagining the scheme in the first place, it's low effort. No RuneScape without me. I promise I won't. Probably. God damn it. Why is this happening to me again? I remember this happening when I picked up the port last year. That the takedowns were just kind of turning into like dodge spam the majority of the time. For whatever reason. It wasn't happening the other day, but now it's definitely happening again today. I don't know where it came from, but it's back. Come on, tower. I'm gonna get this map unlocked. It's gonna be beautiful. People are gonna ask why I never took this approach when we did Tears of the Kingdom 100%. You know, why I never went and got the whole map opened up right from the start with that game. That's an entirely different game, entirely different approach. I see the next tower. I probably don't even have to use the map, just because the mini-map works well enough. It seems to just be showing me the nearest one anyway. Ugh. What the heck is with the beard? It's the beardathon, man. It's brutal. Welcome back, Gray. How's it going? It's been going on a little too long. There we go. Greenwich coverage complete. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, also, I was very tempted this morning to start setting up. If I didn't have to get so much work done on the new video, I probably would have gotten ahead on it, in all honesty. But I talked about it before. Now that we've got the super juicer PC on deck. I really want to do like a homebrew remaster of Red Dead 1 using the 360 version, which is the good version, as like a base. And then just using emulation to add in a bunch of like visual enhancements and such. Since Rockstar won't give us a good remaster of Red Dead 1, I'll make it myself, sort of thing. Because I know that the new system will be able to handle it, like performance-wise.
Vintage crime stopping right there.
I messed around with doing that sort of thing on the old PC once, and I was able to get like a pretty consistent like 50-55 frames per second on like a homebrew remaster of Red Dead 1. You know, like native 4K, unlocked frame rate, that sort of like remastery stuff. I was able to get mostly stable frames, and then just the jump in processing power from the old PC to the new one, it will definitely be able to handle it, since we were already so close with the old one anyway. I think that could be a really fun thing to stream through. You look like you have some Norse god to kill? What? You mean like a certain Greek god who's not actually a god, but is a titan who they turned into a man who then killed a god to become a god? Is that what we're referencing here? Who then maybe down the line got into some beef with some Norse gods? You want to bully your own son who can't even kill a dragon? I think that's exactly what we're getting at. I still haven't played the reboots yet. Someday. I actually, God of War, shockingly, I didn't think of it for like the first review series poll for like what to do after Armored Core, but I did recently think about it and I was like, holy shit, God of War would be a great review series. And so it will be on like the next set of options for review series. Wait a second. I invested a skill point into the web throw. If I just cocoon them, I could throw them into a wall. Okay, not if I'm in the air. That's just gonna yank them. Like this. Yeah! I kind of forgot that I could do that. Oh, okay. It counted as being from behind, though. I'll take it. Huh.
So, you're all going to jail, where I bet you'll be as good at breaking out as
Best in the
you were at
series and the best exclusive on PS4? I don't think that's much of a hot take. The best exclusive is maybe spicier, but I've definitely heard a lot of people say that God of War 2018 is their favorite, but it's also kind of important to recognize that most people who are like God of War fans nowadays, the PS4 game was their first one. So even like a lot of those people, like they've only played 2018 and Ragnarok, right? And then maybe like God of War 3, because that got like a remaster to PS4. There's definitely like a new school crowd within the God of War fandom nowadays, which is fine. Like every community, every gaming community that's been like that long running always inevitably ends up having like an old school and a new school crowd, where there's like the guys who have played all of it and then the guys who have like only played the new stuff. It happens to like every gaming franchise. Even the PSP ones. The new gameplay is objectively superior. I haven't played it. I won't comment. But it looked like it had been kind of watered down just from seeing gameplay, but it's possible that the only gameplay I've seen is from people who don't know what they're doing. That is a possibility. But it definitely looked very simplified from what I saw. God damn it, I'm like out of caffeine already. It's only been an hour. How did I chug through it so fast? How do I find myself in this spot so often? Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but I'll take it. I never see him do that because I never go for the water tower zip. God, I wish I had my air tricks. I need to get them back. And my swing kick. Like, all three of the first skills at the top of their trees are, like, essential. At least for the way that I play this game. I need perfect dodge, I need to be able to throw the webbed guys, and I need to have my swing kick. Those are three absolutely essential moves for me. Those are all like bread and butter kind of attacks. Oh shit. There's so many combinations of attacks and abilities. Yeah, it's probably just that the people that I saw playing it, like, just don't know how to play it. It is entirely possible. Ooh. My knuckle. I've only played the, like, old trilogy and I played the first PSP game. Is it Chains of Olympus? I think that's the first PSP game. I never got to the second one. And I played, is it Ascension? Is it called Ascension? The shit one on PS3?
When Spider Cop's on the job, come hell or high water, the job gets...
So for me,
she'd never admit it.
God of War 2 is the GOAT.
Warming up to Spider Cop. His casual disregard for by-the-book thinking was a breath of fresh air. She'd come around someday.
Someday. I really need to get back to them, though. Especially, I think that the new PC could probably handle God of War 3 on emulator to, like, upscale it and everything. Uncap the frame rate, all that sort, because it's a notoriously hard game to emulate. But I just emulated through all of Armored Core 5, which is one of the most notorious games to emulate ever. And I played the whole thing at 60 FPS. On the new rig, so I might just be able to get through God of War 3. I don't know. I would have to try to set it up. Hold on. Man, these towers. The boss is extremely difficult. Look up people who actually know how to play. The experience is so beautiful. It heals the blind. Okay. When we're talking about gameplay that can heal the blind, we're talking like Devil May Cry 5 Dante. Okay, come on now. It can't be that good, right? It can't be that good. It can be pretty good, but it can't be that good. Honestly, even though he's a little more simple, DMC5 Nero might be in that category as well. I really haven't played enough Virgil in that game to be able to speak on it. But I might even put Nero in the heals the blind category. In New Game Plus, though, Nero's kind of weird with that one. Because of the story stuff. How, like, Nero's full gameplay kit isn't even available until you play him in New Game Plus. And then if you do play him in New Game Plus, he's got a great kit, but for some reason they made it so that it's only available in NG Plus, which is a decision that was made. I get it for story reasons, but there had to be a better way. It is what it is. God damn my back. I'm getting old, and I'm feeling my age. This is bullshit. I didn't think that I was gonna start having stuff like this in my early 20s. No one warned me it was coming so soon. Poor shit. It blinds the people with sight. Okay, maybe that's fair. Devil May Cry is most likely the next review series, so I'm excited to do that. Because it means that I can just spend like a whole video talking about why DMC5 is the best one. And I know that that video will not go over well because the DMC3 fans exist. And to be fair, 3 is like right up there alongside it. It's just not on that same level. Like, I can't in good conscience say that it's better, because it's not. It has half the amount of characters. Each individual character has so much less depth. The enemies in 3 suck. Like, by the time you're halfway through DMC3, most of the enemies are obnoxious to fight. Really, only the early half of that game is the good part. 3 just has problems. It's still great, it's just not as good. 5 is more consistent. It's got more going for it. 3 is Sub-Zero. Still epic and amazing, but not as good. Yeah. Although now with MK1, Scorpion is like on the higher end of like the professional tier lists. Like all the pro players who are making their tier lists are like, yeah, Scorpion's really damn good. And like casuals and pro players alike with Mortal Kombat 1 are all in agreement that Sub-Zero is the worst character in the game. And as someone who tried to play him because I love Sub-Zero, I would agree that he's pretty dog shit in MK1. He's just not a good character. Like, his moveset's fine, but he genuinely deals no damage. I don't know what happened with Sub-Zero. Apparently, during, like, the betas and stuff for the game, he was super broken. Because he had a great moveset and great damage, so NetherRealm nerfed the shit out of him. In the sense of, he has the exact same moveset, but just now he doesn't deal damage. Which is super weird. I don't know. I mean, it's NetherRealm. I don't hold them to a very high standard, to be fair. As much as I love Mortal Kombat, I've always just kind of been like, eh. Mortal Kombat is like... It's like the junk food fighting game, you know? Like, it's really fun, but it doesn't have that, like, level of polish that, like, a Tekken or a Street Fighter does. I mean, Street Fighter 6 especially nailed that, you know, solidified that opinion for me this year.
We'll sit with that for a while.
Never in my life have I seen a fighting game come out with such a diverse roster of characters that were so balanced. Like, there was not a bad character or a broken character in Street Fighter 6. Like, pro players for Street Fighter 6 had to make their tier list because, you know, like, YouTube demands it. And they would literally just do, like, S tier and A tier. And they were like, there's really not bad characters or, like, broken characters in this game. There are some that are, like, easier to play and harder to play, but there's not, like, worse and better. I've never in my life seen a fighting game like Street Fighter 6 come out with, like, 16 characters that all play totally unique to each other and be that balanced. It's actually astonishing. Mortal Kombat 1 has been fun, though. I've been playing that with a friend on and off, like in my free time. It's a lot of fun. I love playing Scorpion in it. I was playing Baraka before it was cool, let it be known. Literally, day one, the day the game came out, you can see on my stream VOD that while I was playing through the story mode, I got put onto Baraka, and I was like, man, I really like the way that this guy plays. I'm gonna play him on multiplayer. Because at the current point of MK1, Baraka is understood to be like the #1 overpowered character. But I was playing him before everyone kind of found out how busted he was. I just thought he was really fun to play. So that's unfortunate. I try to not play him as much now because it's kind of toxic to play Baraka. I play him against my buddy, but I won't play him on matchmaking anymore. I don't want to be the guy running like the toxic. It's like I haven't even touched Johnny Cage in the game yet or Raiden. Because they're also in the category of like so busted that it's just incredibly toxic to play them at all. Like Baraka is. There's a fourth character up there. I'm trying to think. There's like the big 4 broken characters in MK1 right now that it's just like if you play them whatsoever, it's toxic. They are just so good that there's like a gentleman's agreement that you don't play those characters. It's Baraka, Johnny Cage, Raiden. Who's the fourth one that's like insanely good? I can't remember. Hold on. Oh, that's right. This game likes to freeze if I tab out. I'm looking it up anyway. If I just Google like MK1 tier list and go to images, I'll see it. Okay, what? That's just... Oh, never mind. Where? What? What is happening? Why are there none, like, on the very front page? I'm so confused. Of Google images, that is. That are... Oh, Kenshi! Kenshi is also... incredibly busted right now. But Kenshi's at least hard to learn. So, Kenshi's a little better. I'm still salty with what they did to Raiden. I think Raiden's redesign is fine, but I think it's one of the less interesting of the redesigns in MK1. Like, some of the redesigns are just like chef's kiss, right? Like, Reptile looks amazing. Scorpion and Sub-Zero look amazing. Liu Kang, obviously. Banger redesign. The orange and the blue flame together is just moi. Perfect. I'm trying to think. Fire up RuneScape quick. You just want me to fire up RuneScape before Jess is back. I see what you're doing. I am gonna go flip some bananas. Or, sorry, some bones to bananas. I think I invested in like 800 bones yesterday. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, at the end of stream, I went on to, like, pull my gold out of the market and then reinvest it back into bones. So I think I bought, like, 800 or 900 bones off the Grand Exchange yesterday. And I'm gonna flip all of them into bananas. I can still hear stream. I'm trying to think, who else has, like, amazing redesigns in MK1? Because across the board, they're pretty great. I'm just trying to think of, like, my favorites. I think I said, most of the ninjas, I think, look fantastic, obviously.
More of them? Guys, if you worked this hard at a legit job, you wouldn't need to be criminals.
Smoke's redesign is good, too. It's just, the one thing with Smoke in that game is that he's, Yuri Lowenthal is his voice actor, and I can only hear Spider-Man, so it weirds me out.
Too many crazy drivers in the city as it is.
Who else has great redesigns in MK1? Trying to think of it. Oh, Reiko does have a... Oh, Havoc. Dude, Havoc's new design is so good. Although, there's like an asterisk on this one. His default costume on multiplayer, I believe, it has him with like that weird helmet that they gave him. And then you can just equip the cosmetic that removes the helmet and has him with his normal hair. Not 100%. The only person I've seen playing Havoc at all is my buddy who cleared the story mode because no one has cleared it yet. So I haven't run into Havoc on matchmaking or anything. But Havoc's redesign without the helmet, asterisk, is great. Havoc looks amazing. Also, just Havoc being back in Mortal Kombat is great. I miss Hanzo Scorpion. Kuai Liang is cool, but I liked him more as sub rather than Scorpion. I really like him as Scorpion. And I can't remember, I think it's Smoke's like arcade ending in MK1. But they have like a setup at or in either Scorpion or Smoke's arcade ending for Hanzo. I think it's Smoke's, because if I remember right, it's just showing that like Smoke finds Hanzo like out on the streets and starts training him. So they are setting up Hanzo to come back in the new timeline. Well, new timeline. Let's be real. The game is still kind of just a direct continuation of 11. Even though they marketed it so heavily as a reboot, it's really not a reboot. It's like a soft reboot, but it's like the softest reboot I've seen in my life. It is Smokes? Okay, yeah. So he's gonna come back. See, the real interesting thing would be if they made Hanzo, and I think they might do this too. I think they're gonna make Hanzo the new Scorpion after Bihan turns into Noob. I think that that's probably what they're gonna work towards. So they're literally just gonna have Kuai Liang as Scorpion and then Hanzo as sub, I feel like. I definitely get the feeling that that's what they're going for. Oh shit. That's not to the wall. Damn it. My guy got... What? I like dodged and then pressed Y to zip. You probably could just see it there. And it did the finisher on the guy next to me. That was also strange. Damn it, I only webbed 2 of them. Dog is still asleep somehow. She's taking a huge nap today.
No encore, as all the kidnappers are.
She was my favorite in 11. Generally, with the cameos, I like the cameo system, but my one thing is like, I really feel like the cameo system should have just worked off of like, they should have just still made like a big base roster and then allowed them to be cameos. Kind of like, there's a Scorpion cameo, there's a sub cameo. Like, they have the main playable characters also have cameos here and there. I think that was definitely the way to approach it. I don't know why they went for, like, the, you know, we have a bunch of, like, fan-favorite legacy characters like Cyrax and Sector, especially for me personally, who are in the game, but only as assist characters, and they don't actually have, like, their own full base moveset. That's probably, like, my biggest disappointment with MK1 gameplay-wise. Is, like, you know, Frost, Cyrax, Sector, Jax, Sonya, Goro, Motaro. They're all in the game, but you can't actually, like, play as any of them. And I really feel like they should have just gone... I don't want to say, like, Marvel versus Capcom, because that's an entirely different sort of assist system. Like, that's more of a tag fighter, but... something like that. Like, every character who can be used as an assist should have been a base roster character. Or even just... scratch what I just said. Just make it so that every base roster character can also be used as an assist. That's a better way of putting it. Because that way it doesn't mean that they have to, like, make double the characters. It just means whenever you make a character for the game, just also have them have an assist, like, setup. And that way there's no, like, oh, I love that Frost is back, except for I can't play as her. Like, you don't have that, because that shit sucks.
Someone celebrate with us?
Fine, but make it quick.
The odds were long, the danger close. But between Spider Cop's reckless intuition and the Chief's determined planning, They
Maryland
got the job
cookies?
done.
What are Maryland cookies?
A pairing of opposites. Like peanut butter and chocolate. Or breakfast for dinner. The two work together.
And we're done. Talk to you later, Spider Cop.
She's coming around, right?
She is coming around.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. Do we do the RuneScape flipping? Playing the best sci-fi RPG game of all time while watching your stream. I don't have to name the game. You're right. Because I know that you mean it's Knights... I'm kidding. It's Mass Effect 2. Everyone knows that Mass Effect 2 is the best sci-fi RPG ever made. We all know it. There's no debate here. Just like we all know that the white spider is the cleanest Spider-Man look ever made. Once again, no debate, because everyone's in agreement.
Serious car accident down there. Looks bad.
Starfield? Starfield is a good junk food RPG. I will stand by it. It's not like... I was about to say I will be a Starfield defender, but I don't even feel like it's defending Starfield. Because my take on Starfield is like, yeah, it's kind of shit. But like, it's kind of fun. Like, I didn't expect it to be like this mind-blowing, high-quality space epic. I was expecting it to be like Fallout 4 in space, and that's kind of what it is.
How should that fire?
And it's kind of fun.
Thanks.
1 + 1 = 2. The sky is blue, and Mass Effect 2 is the best RPG of all time. Yep. Exactly. By that one tweet, I did. I wanted to settle the score because, bro, that tweet, I might have to pull it up. Their list was so wrong. Sorry, there was a tweet that I was engaging with. I was talking about it at the beginning. Okay, here. Here's a spot where I can drop a save. Hopefully Steam doesn't destroy our save. I'm gonna just close the game while I do this. We're gonna do a couple things. First of all, I'm gonna pull up that tweet. That's the first thing. Hold on. Where is it? Here it is. It's from someone I've never seen, but they posted this. And it's like the 8 most attractive accents, and there are some good picks on here. Australian at number 1, I strongly agree. Scottish, sleeper pick. Glad to see it so high. London, now we're starting to disagree a bit, but like, okay. And then it gets a little weird, like Brummy? Brummy at number 8, most attractive? Brummy? Brummy? I don't know about that one. Or Welsh. I don't know about these. I don't know what these are doing here. I don't know what this one's doing here. Not sure. But, okay. And then over here on least attractive accents. This list is terrible, okay? New York accent? Fair. Boston accent? Fair. But American Midwestern? At number 3? Yeah, no. No, bud. This one's terrible. This is a terrible pick. This is my accent. This is my accent. And it's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad. Canadian? I have heard from so many people that they love Canadian accents. So I don't know what this is doing on the least attractive. American Southern? I speak as someone who dated a Texan for like 2 years. It being on least attractive does not make sense. Spanish does not make sense. This is Spanish accents are nice. American Southern accents are nice. Canadian and Midwestern accents are okay. Well, no, they're not the same. To be fair, American Midwestern really doesn't mean Minnesotan. Minnesotan is so specifically its own thing. Minnesotan's closer to Canadian, but still like distinctly different from Canadian as well. But it's closer to this, and even that. I'm gonna add 3 points to the scale. I don't know why some of these are on least attractive, and I don't know. Jess knows what a Brummy accent is, right? Jess especially knows. A Brummie accent being on the most attractive list is crazy. I do not understand how that even got there. It makes no... Like, this list is terrible. I had to share that. But now, let's take a look. I have polled the chat, the video viewers, etc. Right? Right? I have polled all of you, specifically about the American ones that were on that list. And we have gotten some different results, okay? We've gotten some different results. New York is not at number 1 on our version of this poll. Because Boston, I would have to agree, is so much worse. So, the Boston accent is an awful one. It is a bad... Like, that it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. This... Yeah. Midwest, might I point out, has gotten the least votes on this poll. All right? I'm just saying. Out of our audience, surprisingly, you know, shocker, it seems that my audience doesn't hate Midwest accents so much. I don't know if there's anything that might be influencing that, but I'm just saying, there's an interesting difference here. That this, like, by a long shot, it's only gotten 9%. Keep in mind, on the other one, it was the 3rd. Here, it's, like, the least, by a good amount, right? Southern didn't even get that many votes. New York really didn't even get that many votes. Boston is just landsliding the rest. In all fairness, and of course, Positive Guy, who also follows False on Twitter and saw our exchange. Hold on, I should have pulled that up. Recognizes that is where question of the day came from. I should have pulled this up. The exchange between me and False. I mentioned earlier that I started doing what I like to call Minnesota posting. So, like, here, you see that I found this tweet through False, who said yeehaw, because False is from the South, has a Southern accent, right? And I had to throw my hat in and say, it's wild that Midwestern is that high. But of course I had to say it in Minnesota terms. So I had to tell her, you know, yeah, no, Midwestern being that high is ish, don't you know? Cripes, bud. Cripes. She said I gagged. I say, I didn't mean to make a joke for Pete's sake. Jeez Louise. I started Minnesota posting. If you didn't block me, I could go to blocked users right now, but I've blocked so many people for petty reasons. You're not on it. You're not on it. The NASCAR comments when you mentioned that she's Southern, because the NASCAR stuff was funny. All right. Let's get our money making on RuneScape. This is just going to be a general thing now, going forward, apparently. Regardless of what I'm streaming, there's a good chance that I might just start scheming on RuneScape real quick at a random point in the stream. And that is this point, since I have gotten distracted. So hold on. Grabbing the password. I've never even seen this game. You need to play it. Because you're gonna see it, and you're gonna be like, this looks so stupid. He's actually... Oh, I'm trying to log into a members-only world. My bad. You're gonna see it, and you're like, oh my god, he's actually just like... This is like having a job. And you're not gonna get it. But if you ever try it hands-on... Why is my camera like this? There we go. Much better. Okay. Here's the scheme. I've already... That is a bot. Shit. Whereas Bad Forbid, he's promoting a service. Where's the bot one again? Oh wait, selling accounts and services. That also works. Anyway, sorry. There's just a bot at the Grand Exchange, which is very common. Okay. We need the Earth runes. We need the Nature runes. We need all the bones that we can carry. If you missed it the other day, so I have invested in 900 bones. The scheme here, check this out. There's this spell called Bones to Bananas, right? I have a full inventory of bones. I go over to my magic book. I do some wizardry. I now have an inventory full of bananas. The play here, right? The play here is that you buy the bones off the exchange for 67 apiece, and then you sell the bananas back for 25 apiece. Wait, 25. Oh no, that's the quantity, my bad. For 77 apiece. I was like, wait, that makes no sense. As soon as I said it out loud. Wait, actively traded price is at 93? Hold on, let me go check the grand exchange prices. Are the bananas actually going for 93 right now? Because that profit margin would be crazy. Bananas, what are they selling for right now? Okay, right now they're at 77. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. That one, sorry, I had a moment where I was like, wait a minute. It filled instantly, meaning we could probably sell them for more. Hold on. It means that someone out there is probably offering more money for bananas right now. The fact that they just insta-filled 25. Let's try 80. It insta-filled. Obviously. That's better. We need to go higher. If they are insta-filling, that means we can make better profits. Also, if you missed it, I'm doing this. Oh my god, 84 is insta-filling. Hold on, chat. This might be the best bones to banana day in RuneScape history. Keep in mind, I bought these for 67 a piece, the bones. And right now we're selling them back for like 84. Can we get 88? 88's where it's going to chill out. Okay. We will see if they fill over time at 88. This is, you just got to learn how to play the market. That's all, chat. Yeah, okay, I did put those in for 88. And if they don't, then once I have all the bananas done, I'll just take them back out and put them back on the market for a little less until they sell. It's that easy. It really is that easy. This is the most painful part, is because of the limited slots. We do have to take them back out, put them back in. That's the worst part. Insta-fill is a fancy way of saying you got scammed. You need a larger margin. No, so if stuff insta-fills when you're selling for market standard, let me explain. It means that there are people out there who are offering more money for a large quantity of that item. So, like, if you insta-fill 25 bananas like that at the price that you set it, it's because another player out there currently has an order where they're willing to pay X amount, and X amount is higher than the per item amount that you are selling your items for. So it filled at your price, but they only paid your price when they would have paid more. Like, they were willing to pay more. So Mickle's not wrong saying that I got scammed and that the price can go up. You can also see some of them are actually filling at 88 there, even while I'm still in the process of flipping. So I might be able to leave them in at 88. But yes, Ryan, it is one of those job games. But I'm telling you, as someone who hates those job games, there's something about this one in specific. You scammed yourself, could have made more. Well, to be fair, I was selling them for exactly what I had been selling them for already and had been making good profits on. But it seems that the price of bananas today, I'm going to try 93. I'm actually going to try it. Because it says that they're going for 93 right now. And it might take a little longer, but since I don't play incredibly, I just put those in for 94. Screw it. Until I'm done flipping, the price that they're in there for doesn't really matter. Because like I said, I do this as like I check in once in a while. So if I could leave them like overnight and get 93 a piece, then shit, I would do that. It's not like I'm sitting here grinding bananas all day, right? Like, if you're sitting here actively doing it, you want to find the highest price that you can, like, fill within a couple minutes. But if you're like me where you just kind of log on for like 10 minutes, go do other stuff for the rest of the day, check in the next day, then, yeah, I could go for 92, 93, see what happens. This is a beautiful scheme, though. We made a very good profit margin on it doing it a couple days ago. Oh my god, they're filling at 93. I just saw that a couple of them filled. They're filling at 93. This isn't the game for me. There's a lot of, like, good activities in RuneScape. When I play RuneScape, I like to find creative ways to make money. Like, that's what I like doing more than anything else in the game. So, when you see me play RuneScape, I'm doing shit like this. They're filling at 93, slowly, but they're filling. I'm playing the market, boys. Bananaflation is real. If I can sell them for 93 a pop, that's a profit of almost 30 gold per bone. Per bone. Spending this much time exchanging stuff for money. Well, you see, that's where real world trade becomes a controversial thing in RuneScape. Because there are people who genuinely, like, as their side hustle, play RuneScape. And then they'll go on to, like, gold selling vendors. Of course, this is against terms of service. Like, you get banned for doing this. But there are people who genuinely sell their RuneScape gold to other players for real money once they've done stuff like this to make it. So there are people who genuinely, like, side hustle RuneScape. And it's the wildest thing. We are playing Spider-Man. I'm flipping my bones on RuneScape real quick. But then we are doing Spider-Man. I promise. This is a scheme where I'm investing in bones, using magic to turn them into bananas, and then selling them for like 30 bucks a piece. Profit margin, that is. They're selling for like 90 a piece, but the profit margin is about 30 gold per banana. This is a Spider-Man mod, exactly. This is Spider-Man. This is actually Spider-Man 2. I got a review copy. This is just Spider-Man 2. It's a little different, but I think it's still pretty good. Yeah, they're filling for 93, not super quickly, but there are people offering that much for bananas right now. So I could let them run at 93, for sure. Bigger margin, better person? Exactly, exactly. Mickle gets it. See, Tom was saying that this is basically a crime when he saw me doing this the other day. He was like, you are actually taking advantage of people who are too lazy to go out and just do this themselves. And I'm like, exactly. If people wanted good food items like bananas for when they're doing like dungeons and stuff, or like farming combat skills, whatever, because that's why people are buying food items on RuneScape. It's either to cook with to get their cooking skill up, or more likely it's for like combat activities. If people knew that they could just buy bones off the Grand Exchange and cast one spell and have an inventory full of bananas, they would do it. But see, there's a knowledge gap there where a lot of players don't know that they can do that. So I'm just playing the middleman. I'm investing into bones and then running a giant banana business on the Grand Exchange. I have the large brain in this situation, right? I am the man profiting off of knowledge gaps or laziness, to be fair. There are probably a lot of players who do know that they could do this if they wanted to make a bunch of bananas to have for combat stuff. But they're just not willing to. because it takes a little bit of time. And fair enough. But then they're just paying for the convenience, right? They're paying an extra like 30 gold a piece for the convenience of me doing it for them. It's all about the hustle, chat. This is what being a real top G looks like. You don't gotta shave your head. You don't gotta move to Romania. You don't gotta get into a bunch of controversy. You just gotta turn bones into bananas and sell them for profit. That's all. That's real top G shit. That is Sigma male shit right there. Sound like you're getting real money? I am. RuneScape money is as real as it gets. You can buy a girlfriend with RuneScape money. Don't you know that? That is such a boomer meme at this point. People that know though. Like, you'd go to the Grand Exchange on RuneScape, and there would be that guy there who was like, buying girlfriend for 50k GP. And there were some real RuneScape e-girls. A lot of them were probably catfish. Let's be real. But they existed. Look at that. The orders are filling faster than I can produce the bananas now. Even with the crazy profit margin. That meme is still funny. It doesn't happen anymore. Like, most RuneScape players nowadays are like my age. And they played it when they were a kid, like I did. The reason that I still play RuneScape, right? But, oh my god, the whole order just filled. The ding means that all of them filled. Chat, we are in the money. Look at this. We started with like 3,000 when I started flipping these bananas. We're up to 73k and I'm not done. I invested about 70k. So we're like at the point where it's just becoming profit right now. Like we've about broken even where we're currently at. Now we're gonna start getting actual profit margin on the whole order. My banana business is booming. Hey, anyone who's got a bunch of RuneScape gold, if you could go and offer at least 93 GP per banana and just do like a bulk order real quick, I would appreciate that. This is a poor man's fortune. Hey. Let the Slayer grinders drop 90 plus gold on bananas. To be fair, there are people who are doing like endgame bosses and dungeon farming and stuff who, to them, buying bananas for 90 apiece is not breaking the bank by any means. This is old school, by the way. This is old school. The better RuneScape. If you're gonna try RuneScape, I do not recommend playing RuneScape 3. This is the good one. Plus, they still actively update and support this game. It's actually nuts. Alright, bananas. Or, sorry, the bones have been properly turned into bananas. That's the last of them going on the market. Whoa, my bad. Those will sell for 12k. Will come out at about 86, 87k. Oh, the profit margin is not as good as the estimate because I bought way more nature runes this time around. Seen anyone chat in RuneScape since I started playing again? Only one guy trying to get people to go to a website. That guy was probably a bot too. What do we think, chat? Do we do another order since the bananas are popping off right now? Do I reinvest in bones real quick and flip them again? And maybe try to go for more than 93 apiece? Or do we just go back to Spider-Man? Thoughts? Opinions? Chat poll, IMO. All right, hold on. Don't answer. Chat poll. What's the move? Working on chat poll. There we go. Chat poll while we watch the gold trickle in from this banana order. It tried to censor me. Go grind endgame dungeons. My combat skills are not great because I'm a businessman. Keep banana-ing. If only Tom was here to see what this business has become, he would probably call this extortion with the kind of profit margins we're pushing up for right now. I will time people out for not voting correctly. So far, it seems to unanimously be we push for a higher profit margin on the bones. How many can we afford if we drop 75k on bones? They're only going for 66 today, not 67 like they were yesterday. We can do 1140 bones. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. We just got more in. Let's drop the rest of it on bones. Hold on. We can go for 1310 bones. Spider-Man RuneScape mod. Who voted Spider mid? We wait for the bones to fill. I'm not going to invest more on the bones. I'm not doing it. We're going for profit margin here. I can wait because the flipping takes time. So as soon as I just get like 100 bones or so, I can start actively working while the rest of the order comes through. Really, as soon as I get any, I can start working. Are they really going for 66 or was I lied to? Oh, actively traded prices at 73 today? Jesus, they're both up. Hold on. That's fine. That's fine. We can make it work. Let's try to offer 72. And then we could order... We could order 1210 at that price. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Welcome back, Jack. Ooh. Okay, let's give them a minute. Let's give them a minute at 72 apiece. Let's give them a minute. Just wait. They might fill at 72. But it did say active trading price right now is like 73. That's a plugin, by the way. From RuneLite, the actively traded price. Normal RuneScape would just give you this, like kind of their default, like daily average, rather than like, I think this is like the hourly average. Is what the plugin uses instead. All right, let's try 73 then. At 73 apiece, which should fill fairly quickly. That's a little too much. We could go 1190. Oh, okay. Yeah. They started filling pretty quick. 13 is not even one inventory, though. Ah, there we go. There's 130 some. All right, we can start working with that. We can start working with this. Start the flipping. And we're going to go for the crazy banana margin this time, too. So even though we had to pay more than expected for the bones, let's go for 96. Let's sell them at 96 and see what happens. Do you think it'll work, chat? Do you think we can sell them for 96? That's the question. It should work, right? Surely there are people out there willing to pay 96 a piece for bananas right now. There's gotta be. It might be crazy to push for that kind of margin. This is fun. It's fun because it's such a devious little scheme. To just sit here and... I mean, let's be honest. It's kind of a scam. It's like a light scam, you know? Like I said, it's either like I'm taking advantage of laziness or lack of knowledge, one or the other, depending on who the person is on the buying end, who's actually going to pay that much for bananas. It's like a light scam. It's not an outright scam, but it's a little bit scammy. Just a little bit. The bananas are not filling, though. I gotta say. Bananaflation is real, but it might not be that real. We might have to go down to 95, see what happens. I'm gonna keep going for 96. But we might have to go 95. To be fair, we were doing what's it called? 93 on that last batch that we sold. So even going up to 95, considering that we're flipping, I mean, how many? Like, what did I buy? Like 1,200 bones? That's still like only going up by 2 coins a piece. That's still a big increase when we're talking like the whole shipment will be worth like 2K more, even if it's only like 2 more. Actually, it'll be worth like 2,500 more about. Just from that difference in 2 gold a piece. You gotta look at the big picture when you're doing stuff like this, alright, chat? Oh shit, I forgot a step. I have to throw them back in. It's a little easy to forget that part. I just think it's hilarious that whoa, I did not mean to move that far away. That this is a viable strategy to make money with very little effort. Like literally buy item from the exchange, cast spell on item, resell item, profit. This is real capitalism. Incredibly low effort, good profit margin, taking advantage of laziness. It's just modern day America. That's all this is. RuneScape is a reflection of society, chat. The real gamers get it. See all these other people around the exchange here? They're just trying to make a living the same way I am. We're all just rats running the race. The race that is capitalism. Flip those bones. Flip them. Flip those bones! Endgame players have their time better spent grinding endgame shit. They do. But they don't need to be paying that much for the bananas. It's it's a scam only in the sense of the bananas aren't really worth that much. It's just to a very select few who are out there who inevitably will find my offer. They think that it's worth that much when it's really not, right? So it's not like it's a full-blown scam, but it's kind of a scam. I love that I'm doing it as the bones are coming through too, because I'm trying to like spend as little on the bones as I realistically can. We are min-maxing the profit margin on this. The only issue is that not a single banana has sold at 96 in this entire time. I'm gonna keep throwing them in at 96, but if I don't sell any by the time that I finish flipping all like 1,200 of these bones, Then, oh my god, all the bones came through. The bones came through. Oh, no, 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 no. Alright, I lost those bananas. I sold them for 80 a piece by accident. That's still profit, it's just not much profit. That one was a mistake. That one was a mistake. That was my bad. All the bones came through. So now we can go a little faster because the buy slot is open. This speeds up the process. It's less clicks per flip. Yeah, I think this is a funny bit. Randomly mixing in RuneScape capitalism to whatever stream I might be doing any day. I like this bit. Introducing people to devious RuneScape schemes, such as the banana scam. I think that's going to be the official name for this from now on. This business venture is now dubbed the banana scam. It's got a nice ring to it. Everyone will know what I'm talking about. Who knows? These bananas are not going to sell at 96. I can tell you that much. We're going to have to try out 95. Something in that ballpark. I'll drop it by like 1 gold at a time and see just when like any sales start to go through. That is definitely the play in terms of like seeing how we can min-max the banana value. We've already min-maxed like how cheap can I buy these bones for. Now we just have to figure out how much can I, on the ceiling end, sell the bananas back for. The convenience fee is a bit of a killer with the Grand Exchange too. 1% of every sale gets sucked up by the virtual government. Not that that fee goes anywhere, it's just there to try to control the economy a little bit. To make shit like this, that's like ridiculous easy money, a little bit trickier to pull off. That's why the convenience fee exists. Oh wait, I'm gonna have to break those down. Damn you, government. Always governing shit. I can't believe they're putting taxes on my bananas. It is just modern day America. I can't believe it. This is gonna be another good flip though. Because in total, this is gonna be like 100k once all of it comes back from being sold. Because every stack that I'm flipping right now is worth about 2,400. Like every time I do this little cycle, that's 2,400 gold. Oh. The government is the system, and without the system, you wouldn't have an economy to operate within. Yeah. This sounds like some government agent shit, if you ask me. Me personally, I think we've got a Fed in here, chat. If you ask me, I think we have a spy. Banned for cringe, embrace anarchy. RuneScape shouldn't have a government. Am I right, chat? We play RuneScape to escape the government. That's why we all play, right? That's why all of us got into RuneScape. Was to, you know, forget about the pain of taxation. And then, one day, they added tax to the Grand Exchange. And it was tragic. I actually remember a time before they had the convenience fee on the Grand Exchange. Like, I remember them updating it in. You know they're listening. They're always listening. You know, Big Brother's always watching is a fun way of putting it. Classic reference from a classic book. Alright. We just keep flipping these bananas. Oh wait, I have to break them down. If only Tom could see the banana business now. All 700 bananas that I'm putting onto this market. Well, actually more. This is gonna be like 1,100 bananas on the market by the time I'm done. But right now it's 700. Flip. True anarchy. This is what a true uprising looks like. They put taxes on my bananas. I hike the prices of my bananas. I cause inflation. The citizens become unhappy. This is how a revolution starts. Bananas. The true epicenter of every political uprising. Viva la revolution. Exactly. Mikkel gets it. Mikkel sees the vision. We've got 80,000 gold worth of bananas sitting in that market right now. And we're only going up from here, boys. It only goes up from here. Tom's reaction to this shit was hilarious. He couldn't believe how easily I was flipping these bones into profit. And then Jess tried to make it about cannibalism. It's only cannibalism if you really try to, you know, stretch the logic on it. Me personally, I wouldn't call it that. I do have the HD plugin. Because RuneScape in HD is beautiful. RuneScape, well, I say in HD. RuneScape, like, with all the extra lighting and stuff that they add in with the plugin is beautiful. Vanilla old school does not look this nice, unfortunately. This is why I use RuneLight. Honestly, the #1 reason I use RuneLight is for the HD plugin. Other plugins you got? Hold on. I can look in a second. I don't think I downloaded any other, like, ones that don't come with it, but I did activate some of the stuff that's not on by default. I remember doing some of that. We yoink this out, we yoink this out, we yoink this out. I'm just waiting until the point where we have 100k worth. That's 93, we're getting close. We're gonna have over 100,000 GP worth of bananas on the market soon enough. 2 days ago, I started this banana business with nothing but 50,000 GP. And through banana flipping alone, we have built it up to 100k. More than, even. Through sheer power of will. And thousands on thousands of bananas. That's 100k. Banana Empire. I gotta like hire someone to start, you know, sitting here flipping the bananas for me. and keeping the trade going, and they can have like 90%. I just take a little cut, you know, as the man who provided the budget, gave them the idea, all that. Hell, I could get Tom to do it. I bet he would. Be like, Tom, if you could sit there and flip bananas for me, make sure I get my 10% back, I'll give you all the budget you could ever need to invest in these bones. Forgot how much I dislike quests in this game. RuneScape quests are pretty terrible. I do not like quests in RuneScape. Some people do, I don't. They are just really not fun to get through. And it's one of those things that's like, if you want to have a successful RuneScape account, you kind of have to get through the quests at some point. And it's just a very, like, actively not fun part of the game. Was this RuneScape? This is RuneScape. This is the Banana Empire. Welcome. We're flipping bones to bananas for mad profits. This is some, Shadow Wizard Money Gang shit that we're doing right here. 15 isn't a full inventory, so I'm not gonna do it. Alright, let me pull these bananas back out. Now we've just got to see how much I can get them to sell for. Let's see 95. If they sell at 95, it would be 109k worth on these bananas. I've been lied to. We're getting back to it. We were playing Spider-Man. We were. But then I came on to, you know, get the banana trade, or continue the banana trade, rather. Doesn't look like they're gonna go for 95 either. I'm gonna be honest with you. Need to play using RuneLight. Yeah, there's a third-party client called RuneLight, and you can use that to get it to look like this. I'm gonna get Perdos addicted to RuneScape now. How many people in chat can I get to try RuneScape and get them hooked on it? That's the question. Part of Jonah's fantasy of wanting a successful business. Alright, they're not gonna sell at 95, unfortunately. Let's see if we can get 94. 93 is what I sold them at before. So if we just have to put them back to 93, that's fine. It'll still be like 107k if I sell them at 93. It'll still be good profit. But it just won't be as good. Once you start, you never stop. You can take extended breaks, but you can never stop. I love that Mikkel knows so much about RuneScape. Clearly from consuming content about RuneScape. But Mikkel is like, I refuse to touch that game. Because it's true, you get so addicted to this game. Jess is struggling with it right now. Ask her about it. Once you start, it's hard to stop. Okay. I don't think they're going to sell for 94. We might have to put them back in at 93. I'm not going below this. I just want to see, like, initial sales come in. Or I could just quit out, go to Spider-Man right now, and we could just open this back up in, like, an hour and see if they sold. Trying to read the Odyssey and finish Xenogears. The Odyssey is a good book. I audiobooked it, but I enjoyed it. Oh, initial sales are coming through. Okay, chat, here's the plan. We're gonna leave that. And in like an hour, we're gonna come back. And I'm telling you, those bananas are all gonna have sold. And we will, in like 2 30-minute sessions of banana flipping, doubled the amount of money on my RuneScape account. Just think about that. In like an hour, doubled the amount of money on my account. That is how good the banana scam truly is. Granted, it is heavily reliant on how much you can put into it, because it is just gonna like double your money. So like if you start with like 5k and you spend time on it, you're only going to be able to get like up to 10K. But because I started with 50, I was able to double it up to a little over 100. Seen so much RuneScape content. I've put hundreds of hours into watching. I'm proud to say I understand less than that of someone who's played for 2 hours. RuneScape is such a good game. RuneScape content is great too. I watch RuneScape content on YouTube because it's entertaining.
Falls apart.
Oh, you know what we could do? I could collect all the backpacks in the city. And then I could see if in that amount of time
Even more.
my RuneScape cash has doubled. That would be hilarious. Have you heard of that? The Everyone account? I don't think so. Oh! Wait. Oh, yeah. I have... Okay, wait. I know what she's talking about. At first, I thought of that as being like a show name. But no. I don't remember who's doing it. But someone started up a series of, like... They made a fresh new account. And then, like, on Twitter or YouTube or wherever, they were like, hey, here's the login info for this account. Anyone is allowed to go and play on this account and do whatever you want with it. And they've made like a YouTube series out of it. That's what I'm saying, like RuneScape content is good. Because that shit is creative and it's interesting. It's like, what if I just make this free-to-play account, put the login out there publicly, and let everyone who wants to play on it, play on it? Like, where will this account be in a week? It's a great idea. It's such a good idea. And a game like RuneScape is perfect for it, just because of how many different things you can do on RuneScape. It's such a good game to do a series like that with. I could put on the Sam Raimi suit. Hold on.
Rejected costume designs. Not bad, but I think the white spider was definitely the way to go.
That's hilarious, because I, on this playthrough, grabbed that backpack before getting the white spider. Oh, wait. Oh, you can't even change your suit until you get the white spider. I can't change to the Sam Raimi suit. I would have to go and do the main story to be able to get more suits. Or to be able to change my suit, that is. Even though I don't understand anything. My favorite RuneScape guy, you know, it might be a shocker considering the way that I play RuneScape. I know that this is gonna surprise everyone, but his account name is Flipping Old School on YouTube, and his whole gimmick is just playing the Grand Exchange, like playing the market for profit. He tries to find like the most goofy, creative ways to flip the market. But yeah, we had to start over because Steam had a little cloud sync error. So save file went poof.
Love laying out bullies.
Can I see your controller? It is a King Kong 2, I believe it's called, controller. You know what? I'm gonna take Hazard Zone. I'm not playing on Ultimate this time, so it doesn't really matter. I'll just take stuff that's fun. His sugar daddy bought it for him? Whoa. That's not accurate this time. Wait, is it? I don't think it is. Is that what happened this time? I don't think that happened this time. I think I just needed a new controller and I bought it. Am I wrong? I didn't think so. I was like, I thought I just bought the controller myself. No, Ryan bought Breath of the Wild. That's the one. That's the big one. Ah, there's another guy in the back seat. Son of a bitch. I love how you had to question yourself. Well, because he's done that a couple times. And I was like, I don't think that was one of those moments. But then it made me wonder.
More of them? Guys, if you worked this hard at a legit job, you wouldn't need to be criminals.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bitch. On the wall. Oh, my web shooters are like not upgraded. Woo! We broke the laws of physics with that one. I think RuneScape scheming being a new tradition is going to be a good step forward for the live streams.
This piece of
me personally
gave me ideas for my eye lenses. Go ahead, sue me, fishbowl head.
Real gamers would use the DJ Hero turntable. That one is wild.
Make this comic about me. Kid's got a future.
Kid does got a future. There's no way Mysterio isn't in the new game. They have so many like Mysterio teases in this game without him ever being present. He's definitely gonna pop up as one of like the various side villains in the new game. There's no way he doesn't. I'm convinced. There's not a chance that he does not appear in that game. Oh, wait, there's a crime? They have Kraven? Kraven's gonna be like the main villain of the new game. Like, he's the primary antagonist of Spider-Man 2.
Guys! Guns to the face is not proper consumer etiquette. Excuse me.
I heard something about Spider-Man 2 leaking pretty badly. Well, review copies are out. So, I know that Insomniac the other day, I don't know if anything did leak. I didn't hear any leaks if it did. But, I know that just Insomniac, like, put out a tweet the other day saying, hey, review copies are out, so leaks are probably gonna happen, like, anytime now. It's just kind of how the industry is. Like, once copies go out, things start leaking. So, they just said, like, if you don't want spoilers, make sure to, like, mute the topic on Twitter, that sort of thing that you'd normally do if you're trying to avoid spoilers. They just put out, like, a thing saying, hey, just make sure that you're trying to avoid leaks, because they're probably going to happen anytime now. Once copies go out in the wild, it's, like, impossible for them to stop it.
The Spidey Squad. My one and only fan club. When Jameson's going off on me, it helps to remember they're out there.
I wonder if that would be it. That's pretty much the concept, at least from, like, the trailer that we've gotten. That's, like, exactly what the new game's setup is gonna be. The Starfield leak? Yeah! The Starfield leak is a good example. The Starfield leak was extra crazy because Kotaku was one of the main leakers for Starfield. Because the whole drama was that Kotaku gave very negative coverage, like overwhelmingly negative coverage of like Fallout 4 back when it came out. Like unprofessional level of negative.
That blind guy gave me his
and so Bethesda
Spider-Man
did not give them a review copy for Starfield.
If he's blind, how did he know I was
Because they were like, no, if you're just gonna trash our game, like, no remorse, no professionalism, we're not gonna give you the copy early. And so every leak that came out early about Starfield, Kotaku would do a whole article about it. And they would just, like, bring it from a small, obscure leak on Twitter to, like, mainstream gaming journalism article. And, like, Kotaku was all over leaking shit about Starfield because they were being petty about it.
Cool idea, but any light source that made it bright enough was also way too hot. Someday, though.
Spider signal is a great idea. Great idea. Definitely not on the nose. I think we need a spider signal. It's convinced me that Bethesda's only filled with old company rock stars who are out of touch. I really, like, I enjoy Starfield for what it is. People had such high expectations of it. But even, like, beginning of this year, I would talk about it on stream, and I'm like, people are really thinking it's gonna be something it's not. It's gonna be like Skyrim in space. It's gonna be a fun game. It's not gonna be an amazing game. It's just gonna be like, yeah, kill some time with it. Have some fun, move on with your life. And that's what it was, and I had a lot of fun with it, and I moved on. I had no problem with Starfield, because Bethesda games are kind of always like that. Like, Bethesda hasn't made a genuinely good video game, like good, since like Morrowind. Bethesda has been out of touch for like 2 decades, but that's kind of their charm. Am I done with Starfield? Yes and no. Yes, but also, like, once the modding scene for Starfield picks up, bro, I'm telling you, you think like Skyrim mods are cool? Starfield with mods is gonna go so hard. Starfield with mods is gonna be crazy. Fallout 3 was also good. Fallout 3 was jank as shit. Fallout 3 barely even works half the time. Don't even get me started on New Vegas in terms of that. Like, New Vegas just flat out does not function properly as a game. It's amazingly fun, but it just flat out doesn't function. Fallout 3 has a lot of that. Like, False's thing with Fallout New Vegas, False loved Fallout 3 when she was a kid. And so she bought New Vegas for her PS3.
I bet you'll be as good at breaking out as you were.
And this is one of my favorite False stories ever. Because it's so Fallout New Vegas. I've never heard something this New Vegas before. But her copy of Fallout New Vegas on PlayStation 3 had a bug where anytime she tried to enter the city of New Vegas, the game would crash. Like, it would crash her whole console.
A stealth suit would really
So she just flat out, like, she could play the opening areas of New Vegas, but she couldn't really, like, make any progress in the game. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like Fallout New Vegas, actually. Because on PC, that's exactly how the game behaves. It's just constant crashes and stuff like that. Like, the game just flat out barely works. But on PC, you just, like, you install some fixes, some mods, stability patches, whatever, and you're cooking. If you're on console, you're just shit out of luck. She had a physical copy on console that just flat out did not work.
Supposedly, Fisk made his fortune selling these spices. I mean, they're good, but not that good.
Yeah, New Vegas was made in like a year and a half, and it was built off of the base game of Fallout 3, which was already like incredibly unstable. Not as unstable as New Vegas, but very unstable as like a video game in general. Oh, there's another one in the back seat. Oh god, he's on the left side? I thought I'm blind. Ah! Ow! Bastard.
Long time no see. And away you
there we go. But yeah, I love New Vegas. I love Fallout 3. But I wouldn't say that they're like good video games, you know? They're super fun. But like, they're not good. Good and fun can be different, and Bethesda games are a great example. Like Skyrim, if you start actually like analyzing Skyrim's game design, it's actually terrible. Like it's one of the most notorious games in the scene nowadays. Because it's a good example of like, your game doesn't have to be good to be fun. And it's more important that your game is fun. Skyrim's also a great example of that concept. Like, your game can be some of the most high quality, like, fine art that humanity has ever been blessed with. But if it's not fun, cough cough, like, Last of Us, what? I didn't hear anything. Then people aren't gonna care a lot of the time. that go into detail of Vegas's cut content. Yeah, I've seen some of the cut content stuff. A lot of it would have been great, but it is just like Last of Us 2, both of them. The first one's shit too. I mean, what? I didn't hear anything, did you? That's weird. Was that the wind? Jeez, that was odd. Hello, Eric.
Gotta give that wheelman props. Manhattan rush hour is no joke.
Big guys are annoying. They're fine on normal, but anything above normal, they just wail on you. So until you get like good abilities to like counter them, like me being like level 4 on this file, they destroy me. Game was a rush for me. I don't know, man. I never played 2.
Every day and
but I know why
night
people
getting
hate
better
2.
and better.
I know very well why. But yeah, I played the game, the first one, back when it came out, and like I thought it was all right, but I thought it was overrated. And then I played it when it came out on PS4 again, like the remaster, and I was like, oh, this isn't as good as I remember. And for years, I was a Last of Us hater. And then I was gonna play the PC version. I started playing it.
Some really great people there.
But the PC version came out the way it did. So I genuinely couldn't even play through it. Like, I wanted to play through it, and because the port was so poorly made, I literally just couldn't. It was... So that hasn't helped either.
Wouldn't be New York without
for
a
sure.
drug deal. Oh, come on, fellas. You can't keep ducking income tax like this.
This completely made me disinterested. Yeah. Ow. The Last of Us is one of those games, though, by the way, that when I say it's shit, I'm exaggerating. Like, the game is good design-wise, I just think it's a little boring. Especially, I really don't like, when I did, from what little I did replay of the PC version, the stealth is just not fun in that game. It's just so slow. Xbox or PlayStation, it's made for all systems. It's a third-party controller. It's the King Kong 2.
Maybe my most disliked
it works on Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, Windows, or Android. I had to look at the top of it. You can sync it up to any of them, and it will work.
If I was a cop, I'd love me. Anonymous text.
Oh, which controller is better? I prefer a PlayStation controller, personally. But Xbox controllers are more well-made in terms of, they last longer. They don't break as easily as PlayStation controllers do. I prefer a PlayStation style, but they break a lot more easily than Xbox's controllers, unfortunately. And they don't work as well on PC. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to use a PlayStation controller on PC. Whereas Xbox controllers, just you Bluetooth them and they work, like, out of the box. So, like, Xbox makes better controllers, if that makes sense, but I just prefer the way that a PlayStation controller feels in my hand.
MJ wrote this article in the school paper about student protests. She was a heck of a journalist even then.
But this King Kong controller is fantastic, other than the D-pad is really terrible.
Oops, sorry.
But, like, all things considered, for most games... It's not the worst downside for the D-pad to be bad. The reason that I got this controller is it uses magnetic joysticks rather than, I'm trying to remember the term for a standard joystick. Or thumbstick, rather. I can't remember the term. Shit. But it uses magnetic joysticks, which other controllers don't use. The reason that other controllers wear down over time, like you get like stick drift and stuff like that, is because the parts internally grind against each other whenever you're moving the stick around. And so the edges wear out over time, and once the edges wear out, you start to get your drift. But with a magnetic controller, nothing inside of the controller is actually touching when you're using the analog sticks. So stick drift just literally doesn't happen with this sort of thumbstick. Whoa. Armored Core 6? Yeah, funny you should ask. I currently have a series going that I've been working on for months. I'm at the end of it now. But a video series on the channel of playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them, like, as I go. And I've been uploading one of those a week. And I did play 6 at launch. Someone has made a first-person mod of AC6. Oh god, here we go. Need to play God of War 2. I love the old God of War games. I haven't gotten to the rebooted ones yet, though. Someday. They're on the list. How's Spidey? He's great. How long has it been? Oh, it's only been like 20 minutes since I got off of the RuneScape. I was like, how long until I need to go check on my banana empire again? The Banana Empire is going to be a recurring bit for like the next week, and it's going to be hilarious every time.
Gotta have something to do on stakeouts.
The dog is still asleep. I forgot she was even in here. She's still just passed out. For the record, she fell asleep on my bed like before stream. So she's been asleep on my bed for like 3 hours straight while I've been in here yelling the whole time.
You wanna fight? It's your lucky day.
I genuinely, like, I forgot she was here and I looked over my shoulder and she was just still passed the fuck out. Shit. I really wish that I had better, like, gadgets and stuff to handle him with. Or even just having 2 bars of focus. She's just Lois Lane with red hair. I actually like it. Like, I don't know. Because Mary Jane, to me, hear me out. Hear me out. She's always kind of just been like a nothing character. Like, she's kind of just there for the most part. At least here she does something. I don't think that what she does is great. But I'll take what I can get. You know, beggars can't be choosers and all that. They at least try to do something with her. And I respect the effort. Even though I don't think they quite land it. She would be way more enjoyable as well.
We'll sit with that for a while.
If the Mary Jane missions didn't exist. Like, if I wasn't forced to play as her and stealth through certain segments of the game with her when I would way rather just be playing as Spider-Man, that would make me like her more. Focus way more on perfect guarding bosses to death. Someday, I will return to PP. Soon, soon. I say that like it's gonna be a super long time.
Got this at a yard sale.
Just at some point I'll go back and see if there's still interest in it. But it seemed to be dying out pretty hard. So I'm giving it some breathing room. Because sometimes, with new games especially, if I just give them some room for like a week or so, like a week or two, and then I go back, like interest is back again. Sometimes it's just because I'm spamming a game too hard that people lose interest in it. So that might be the thing with PP. I don't know. I hope that that's just the thing with PP. There are versions of MJ that are Spider-Man? Really? I'm not familiar with any of those ones.
Car crash looks bad.
I know, like, Spider-Verse and all that. It gets extensive. And there's so much of that from the comics that I just am not familiar with. And... oh, it's... I thought it was L1, not R1. Oh, Lords of the Fallen. I forgot that was even coming out this week.
Don't panic. I'm here.
Ugh.
That's everyone. Glad I was here to help.
They already are with all the early access people? Oh, did they do like pre-order early access? Is that what you're talking about? Or you just mean like early coverage, like early like reviews and stuff? Jada Smith is alleging that her and Will Smith have been separated since 2016, although never divorced on paper. What? Kombat looks bad. Kombat definitely looks jank from what I've seen. I would not disagree. It wouldn't surprise me either, because, you know, the first one definitely had some jank in the tank, to put it lightly.
Gonna guess these guys aren't
But the environments in that game look amazing. That's definitely like the big selling point, is that the environments and the atmosphere do look great in Lords of the Fallen. But I would agree that from what I've seen of it, the combat looks a little touchy. I heard that. When did the... I didn't hear this. Oh, I forgot about that bit. Oh. Okay, well, at least the other guy died from that. What are you doing? Oh, come on now. I've heard mixed things. Yeah, I was definitely skeptical with it just because of the first game. And then even like the early bits of combat, I was like,
I'll text Yuri the look.
you know, maybe they'll get it ironed out for the full release. You know, I was like, you know, there's like 6 months. When I saw like the first like gameplay demos, I was like, yeah, they might get it worked out. You know, they could fix that. But getting closer and closer, and it still looks pretty jank. It seems like it would be a great Souls-like to pick up on sale, for me personally. It seems like if I could get it for like,
I'm in no hurry to find out.
Even just 25% off, I would probably enjoy it a lot more. Performance has definitely been an issue. Ooh, yikes. See, I'm kind of glad, especially with that, if I'm not doing it right at launch, because, you know, by the time that I get to it, they hopefully will have worked it out. Hopefully it's not going to be like a Jedi Survivor or a Last of Us situation where the performance just never gets fixed. Because, by the way, for anyone who has just kind of forgotten about both of those PC ports, both of them are still in a bad state to this day. Neither of those ports are, like, working smoothly yet.
Jameson gave me this at his Bugle retirement party. I thought nobody would listen to his talk show. Shows how much I know.
That's less than PP gameplay. I think build diversity will probably be more interesting in Lords of the Fallen, just from what we've seen. To be fair to that part of it, at least. I think it'll be a more replayable game than PP, from what I've seen at least. But for me, I'm not normally too big on the length anyway, because Dark Souls 1 is my favorite Souls game still. And that, you know, you compare it to, like, Elden Ring, and, like, Dark Souls 2 is really long for whatever reason.
The last ball game Uncle Ben ever took me to. I need to get this framed. I could really use his advice now.
Only ones that can get away with performance issues. That's true, because, like, Elden Ring had problems. Like, big problems, but people were still like, game is good! Don't care.
Attention local units. A break-in is reportedly in progress.
People were like, yeah, Elden Ring, it runs like shit, but you know what? It's Elden Ring. I remember early reviews, like, acknowledging it, but then not bringing it into the scoring of the game whatsoever.
Amateur hour.
And I was like, if this was any other game, the performance would at least, like, you know, bring it down by, like, half a point. Because the performance was really bad for Elden Ring right at launch. Especially the PC version had problems at launch. Problems that still to this day are, like, there, but just not as bad anymore. Like, problems that never fully got fixed.
So, you're all going to jail.
And problems that never should have been there in the first place. Because shader compilation stutter is an issue that should not be in a modern game. Like, we fixed shader compilation issues like 4 years ago. Whenever a game has shader compilation problems, the entire games industry collectively goes, how? Because we've moved beyond that. We know how to not have that be a problem, and it's not hard.
I meant to wash this gym shirt 6 years ago. You.
If your game pre-compiles shaders on like first launch and stores them in a file cache, sure, your game will be like a gigabyte larger on install, but you won't have shader compilation stutter. So it's worth it. There's a reason that every modern PC game pre-compiles your shaders when you launch it for the first time. But FromSoft with Elden Ring was like, we don't need it. And then it, still to this day, causes issues with the game's performance. The air combos are ridiculous in this game sometimes. Just the amount of time that you can suspend yourself in the air like that. Stop. I am getting shot at from everywhere. But Dark Souls 2 development is really fun to look into and read about. I wish that other FromSoft game developments were as well documented as Dark Souls 2's is.
Arresting Fisk brought all the small-timers out of the way.
Because whenever we do learn things about like their development process, it's always just the strangest stuff. Like stuff that makes no sense in terms of the rest of the industry. Had the power to slow time. Oh, yeah.
Never finished this application for the coffee bean. Would have paid more than what I'm doing now.
Oh, that's what I heard. Someone's up. Hold on. Let me let the dog out real quick. Ugh. All right. Jesus. I thought I heard something. And it was her jumping off the bed. Okay. Wish you could go faster when web slinging. Definitely. I wish they used like a momentum system. I would strong agree on. Well, they do use a momentum system, to be fair, but they have like a hard cap to the speed that you can hit while while swinging. So like you can build momentum to like about this point, but then like this is top speed right here. This is as fast as you can get going.
All units on alert. Report of
this piece of the Shocker's original uniform showed me how to protect myself from his blasts.
You'd think it would be perfectly optimized? Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Had to change engines halfway through development? The thing with the engine, to my understanding, unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure that FromSoft is still using, I can't remember the name of it internally. Probably because it's a Japanese name. But they're still using their proprietary engine. And I mean still as in like Armored Core 6 runs on it. That they first employed with Armored Core 4 was the first FromSoft game to run on it. Granted, when you hear engine talk in like more I don't want to say casual. Casual's not the word I'm looking for, but like player-centric, I guess, game circles. Like people who play games are interested in how games are made, but don't actively like work in game engines, right? Was an improved vision. Yeah. So like it's the same engine, but they definitely have revised the engine between entries. So I would definitely not be surprised if Dark Souls 2 was like their first game to run on the revised engine, and that caused some problems. Because like converting, for example, like Unreal Engine has been the same engine always at its core, but they launched these big revisions of it, like Unreal 3, 4, 5, etc. And like, if you try to move a project from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, you're going to have problems. Even if you try to move from like 5.0 to 5.1, you're gonna have problems. Like, things are just not gonna work. There are some things that will just flat out break. So that could definitely make sense. But I recently, I got a comment on the Armored Core series where someone was like, something that I appreciate about the Armored Core games is that with every generation, they make a whole new engine for the games to run off of.
Children.
And it made me think of like the COD community, Call of Duty, where a lot of COD YouTubers and stuff every year will be like, the game is running on a new engine. But every single COD game, like since the original, even through to today, has always run on the id Tech 3 engine. There's not a single COD game that does not run on id Tech 3 to this day. They just keep revising their like internal version of the engine. But like COD YouTubers will always be like, it's a new engine. It's a new engine. And it's not. It's not.
After I got my powers, I didn't need my glasses anymore.
You have PC issues? Hey.
With money from the Fisk Science Prize.
You not remember what's sitting next to me, Mickle? Come on now. You forget. I spent this much on a PC specifically so that people couldn't say that I have a PC problem anymore. Hello, Raiden. Welcome back. All I hear is brokey. Alright.
Drug deals and criminals. They go together like cookies and milk.
It's only like the most expensive thing I've bought.
Especially back alley big pharma.
Hold on. How long has it been since I spent that much money on a single thing? I gotta think now. I was gonna say since my, like, apartment rent, but the new PC costs more than a month of rent. Costs more than 2 months of rent. What's the last time that I spent more money than that on a single purchase? It's probably just when I bought my car. It's really probably just my car. I think that's the only time I've spent that much money on a single thing. That's the only time that I've spent more on a single purchase than this. That's actually probably true. And my car was 5 years ago. Oh my god, I've been driving that car for 5 years.
Drugs are maybe my most disliked criminal activity. Definitely top 5.
I'm old.
I'm 5. However, that works.
My back hurts all day because I slept on it weird. I've already owned my car for 5 years. What's happening, chat? Why am I so old all of a sudden? I've been playing RuneScape since like 2007.
Got some good parts from this old cell phone.
What's happening?
What I could accomplish with a real budget instead of dumpster diving.
All of a sudden today, I've just had so many realizations of my rapidly increasing age. It's the beard. You think if I shave the beard, my back pain will go away? All that time you've been driving your car, Jada and Will have been privately separated.
This article blaming Spider-Man for electro-killing cops was the last straw.
What did you just say?
I had to quit taking pictures that helped Jameson print lies about me.
Was it the RuneScape thing? That I've been playing RuneScape since like 2007? Was it that one? Bitching about getting old? All of a sudden it's hitting me. The endless flow of time. It's coming at me all at once today.
Started without me.
Woo! Whoa. Huh. Huh. Oh. Why? Why would you block me? That's not fun. All of my attacks are supposed to connect. Because I'm Spider-Man. Oh, shit. Why is he running? I thought he was gonna run into me.
Always
He
nice
ran
to
away
stop a
from
monkey.
me.
Gotta stay strong in the fundamentals.
Thank you, Spider-Man. You're the only one we can rely on.
Yeah. I got it. I haven't bothered to fix my suit yet, but I got you. Don't worry. Oh, that's a Fisk bug. I'm just leaving. No reason to worry about him. Chat, you think my bananas have sold yet? It's been like 35 minutes. You think the bananas sold off? I think there's a strong chance that the banana profits have come through. Give me that. Thank you.
With this vial of the lizard's blood, I was able to mix up a cure and turn him back into Dr. Connors. Too bad it didn't last.
Wait.
Attention units. Civilians need help following a severe collision.
Why do people buy bananas on RuneScape?
Please copy.
It's because they're a solid food item.
Nasty car wreck down there.
So if you're training like combat skills or if you're doing dungeons or whatever and you need food, bananas are great in terms of like cost to benefit ratio, I guess is the way to put it. Like they're really cheap and they're not the best food items around. They're also very, very quick to buy because you can just go and put like a mass order on the Grand Exchange and buy like 100 at a time and just be set. Whereas like the best cost to benefit ratio for a food item in RuneScape is the kebabs from the one guy in Al Kharid. You can buy them for, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's literally 1 GP a pop. And they have RNG on them. Sometimes they'll only heal 1 HP per use. But I think that they can heal up to like 8 HP for 1 kebab. It's just random, like within a range, and I don't remember the range.
That's everyone.
But
I was here to help.
For 1 GP a pop, even just 1 GP being 1 HP, that's a great price. No NPCs. Yeah, that one you buy from an NPC, but then the issue is you have to like go through like a dialogue menu every time, and you have to click like, I think it's like 5 buttons every time you want to buy a single kebab or something like that. So it's the best in terms of like cost to benefit, but it's time consuming, and you have to physically go there to the guy. Whereas like, you know, you just buy a few hundred bananas off the Grand Exchange in one go, and then it's in your bank, and then your bank is accessible from all over the map. It's just, most people will go for a cheaper food item from the Grand Exchange than kebabs.
Any officers in Nomad, please respond.
Makes sense. And I take advantage because of the Bones to Bananas spell. Wait, Jess, did you train your magic yet? You said you were training your combat skills, right?
Oh, come on, fellas. You can't keep ducking in.
Jess could run her own banana scam. Potentially. I think you need 15 magic, which isn't a lot. Oh my god. Wait, he's still alive. There we go. I think it's 15 magic to be able to use Bones to Bananas. I ran out of mind runes. Oh, for a second I thought you meant that you were doing the banana scheme for a bit. And I was confused, but yeah. Just training it up. Damn it. I was trying to get him while he was still on the ground. Is that a third one? Oh, I thought that was another huge one. Whoa. Come on. Got his ass. Juggle him into the wall.
My most disliked criminal activity. Definitely top 5. Or bottom 5. However that works.
I think I'm gonna get through the backpacks. And then check the Banana Empire. See if I made my 100K or whatever it was. It was like 107K or something like that. 100K. We'll check the profits.
Took a bullet from the cops back when they thought I was working with Electro. Good thing textbooks are thick. Too bad they're also expensive.
Before going on to money-making schemes. Yeah, a lot of the early training stuff is super cheap or even just not like super cheap to the point where it's like negligible. But the entire reason that I was needing to get up to some banana making, you know, the reason that I needed a good money-making scheme was I wanted to train my smithing up.
Better stop them before they end up in
Because smithing is probably the most profitable free-to-play skill if you're trying to just work for a bond, like really time efficient.
Please tell me your horn.
But smithing is super expensive to level. And I think my smithing's at like 33 and I wanted to get it up to like 37 or something like that. But even just the training method, like the time efficient method to do that, costs like 400,000 gold to invest in. So smithing is great to make money, but it's also super expensive if you want to train it efficiently without going out and sourcing the items manually and wasting God knows how many hours, like tens of hours, like probably like 50 hours or so compared to doing it efficiently. All right, Ryden, see you around. Would it be called Won't Smith? I love that Mikla's still on the Jada Smith thing. It is... their relationship has always... like, you said that it's always been weird, and now that that's been pointed out, it's like, yeah, their relationship always has been a bit rocky, hasn't it? That was a good joke. That was a good joke. I'm not saying it wasn't. Come on, man. How many webs does it take? There we go.
Glad I stopped that. Too many crazy drivers in the city as it is.
How many backpacks am I even at? I'll just see when I grab this one what the count goes up to. I can't wait for the inevitable future of the RuneScape scheming
the
bit.
vulture cracked my eye lens, it almost blinded.
Just the amount of times that people are going to come in and be like, this isn't whatever game the main game is for the day. Like today, in like the 20 minutes that I was on RuneScape, the amount of this isn't Spider-Man comments that we got in that short amount of time. Remember when J. Cole was talking about finding love like Jada and Will Smith? Oof. That one did not age well. Although, that wasn't even like a well-aged comment like at the time. That was already kind of a weird thing. Because wasn't that already after like the whole thing with like, you know, her cheating? I think it was, right? Oop, my head clipped through the building a little bit, but it's fine.
My thesis paper on neurotechnology. This got me the job with Dr. Octavius.
Which apparently maybe wasn't cheating, but was still cheating. Oh my god, wait, 29 of 55? Oh boy. Okay, maybe we've got a lot more backpacks than I thought. Maybe I'll just get more of them before I go check in. I said I was gonna give them like an hour on the market just to be sure. So I might as well. I've given them like 50 minutes so far. So they've probably sold, but on the off chance that they haven't yet, we'll wait.
Captain Watanabe gave me her cell number when she finally decided to trust me. She's risking a lot. If anyone finds out she's helping me, she'll lose her job.
Yeah, that's... It's probably not the worst. I think she could be the new Spider Cop. Personally. She could take up the mantle of Spider Cop. It would be more appropriate there.
Fisk beat the hell out of me with these. I almost used him for evidence, until MJ pointed out I was trespassing, so I'd probably end up in jail.
Hold on, I need to turn on...
Typical Parker luck.
My fan. It is so hot in here, again. Always. There seems to be a correlation between if the computer is running ray tracing, the room gets really hot. Weird pattern, I know. But hear me out. I think there might be something to it. That might just be a credible theory. The ray tracing might just do it. It's worth it though, right? Definitely. Oh, that's so weird. Sorry, the fan was making a really weird noise, but then it stopped, like right after I took my headphone off. Alright, I'm gonna act like it didn't happen. Correlation doesn't mean causation, but it can. It can. You know, people thought... Actually, wait, no, that would help your point. Never mind. I was gonna say, people thought I was losing money on the banana scheme because of the nature runes, but they were wrong. The nature runes are expensive, but when you take into account that I only consume 1 nature rune for every 25 bones that we flip, it's actually not bad.
Almost forgot I bought this snow globe for Aunt May. I think I get my love for this city from her.
I just found out that I could make it more efficient. I could flip 26 bananas per cycle instead of 25. And as small as that might sound, chat, that does mean that I would use less nature runes. Thus, making our profit margin better, because every nature rune is 90 gold apiece, roughly speaking.
My back still aches just thinking about it.
The amount of math that goes into goddamn RuneScape scheming. Thanks for proving my point, though. I mean, it does help your point. People thought that the nature runes were destroying the profit, and I was at a net loss, but they were wrong.
When MJ and I applied for this lease, I thought we'd move in together. Instead, we broke up. I can be pretty oblivious sometimes.
Man, they filled out 3 references for an apartment application. They filled out all 3. I filled out like 1 on mine, and I've never been rejected from an apartment. Although, I have learned, and this is something great to have learned after the fact, that apparently, paying off debt before it's due actually damages your credit score. So I might be more likely to get rejected from an apartment in the future because I pay stuff like my card before the time that, like before the day of, which is great. Fantastic.
I'm a coward to solve a helpless person like that.
I love the credit
Try and
system.
guess how I feel about bullets.
credit system is hype. Isn't that wild, though?
I love laying out
Like, that
bullies.
paying it back before it's even expected to be paid back actually hurts you. Well, I understand why it does in terms of, like, bank side. Because the credit system exists as a value judgment for banks of
Hey, my Mark I web shooters.
how valuable
Managed to
a
improve
loan
the
to
storage
you
capacity
is.
a lot since then, but the basic design's still the same.
So obviously they want you to pay it back because they don't make money if you can never pay it back. But if you pay it back, like, well before the day that it's actually due to be paid, then that means that there's also low likelihood that they end up being able to build all that much interest off of a loan for you, or at least more than, you know, you signed the deal for or whatever. So the score actually goes down because now your loans are less valuable because you're so on top of repaying it. It makes sense in that way, but it's messed up. It shouldn't work like that. I kind of stumbled through the explanation, but I think it made enough sense. If I'm in the air, they can't do anything. Oh, come on. He should have stuck. Before the last minute, live life on the edge. No, that's genuinely why... Like, I always thought that it was weird that, like, my parents have stuff, like, on the calendar for, like, you know, pay this on this day. I was like, if you're able to pay it before that, why wouldn't you? I always thought it was weird, and now I get it. Because paying it back early somehow makes it less valuable. I mean, not somehow. Again, it makes sense. It's just messed up. Shouldn't work like that, ideally.
Look at it this way. If I'd actually let you break in,
But because of
you'd be
just
going
the
away for a
nature
lot
of what
longer.
the credit system even is, it does absolutely work like that. We truly live in a society. Prom flower.
Prom boutonniere.
I've never heard it called a boutonniere before this game.
Kind of symbolizes my luck with relationships.
Chat. Okay. Do you want to know what's wild? I learned that a word that I have been using my entire life, thinking it's a completely normal word, is apparently a Minnesota term. So I need to ask a question before I give you the word, okay? If you are standing in line with a lot of people in line, and someone steps in out of nowhere and they take the spot in front of you, what would you call that? Someone taking the spot in front of you in line. What's the word that you would use to describe that behavior?
Afraid I've got to ask you to leave the store.
Because I need to see this out in the wild, see if it's actually true. We call that a fight? Genuinely though, what would you call that? What word would you use for that? Because apparently in Minnesota, we have like a unique term for it that I always thought was just the normal term for it. We don't have a word for that? If someone takes the spot in front of you in line, like if you're in line waiting and there's people in front of you and then someone steps in out of nowhere and takes the spot right in front of you, what is that? What's the word you would use for that? Because apparently Minnesotans have a unique word for it. And this is news to me as of like today.
Gotta be a special kind of crazy to rob a storefront in the city Spider-Man protects.
Queue jumping, butting in, being a twat. From what I saw,
Sit tight, guys.
the most
Next
common
up,
way
we
that
got
people would refer to it, they would say that that's cutting in line. Or I guess queue jumping, or
I thought
butting
web
in,
swinging
whatever
would
you
let me
want to
get
call
pizzas
it.
delivered fast. And it did.
In Minnesota,
Fast and smashed.
the way that I've always understood it, the word that I have always used for that is budging. You're budging in line. But apparently budging is a Minnesota word. According to a random source. But it made me have a crisis.
Arm webs. Thought they might help me glide short distances, but they never really worked.
I need
Looked
more
cool, though.
English speakers in chat to survey this. No offense, Mikkel. Well, I gotta, especially Americans. I feel like Americans are a great source, because it might be an American thing, too. Never heard of that? Yeah, budging. Not heard it used that way? That's the only way we use it. What do you mean in that way? What is budging to you?
Funny. My fear of heights didn't go away when I got my powers.
Now I'm more confused.
Had to climb to the top of the Empire State to get over that.
What do you understand it to be? But I was looking at like a list of like the funniest Minnesotan dialect for when I was having that exchange with False, and I was going out of my way to like cram as many into a sentence as I could. And Budge was on there.
An Oscorp visitor badge.
And I was like,
when
what?
I interviewed there. Would have paid well, but Dr. Octavius offered the chance to really make a difference.
There were other ones that I never knew were like a Minnesota thing. I might pull that list up, because that list was actually really funny. For me, because a lot of it, I was like, oh my god. I know that is just, it's so true. And for the rest of the public, it's educational, because we here in Minnesota, we talk funny. And we say a lot of things that, like, even if you go to literally any other state, like, if you go to our neighboring states, like, if you went to Wisconsin or Iowa and you said the things that we say, they would be perplexed by you. Like, Minnesota dialect is real, and it's scary.
Tried mixing up a prototype web fluid at Oscorp while Harry had his internship there. Didn't work. That place
Changing
has
an
always
opinion?
been bad
That's
luck
so
for me.
weird. Because here it's budging in line. If you take the spot in front of me, you budged.
Suit's seen better days.
We just walked for the red. That's most cities, to be fair. Like, even in the US, that's pretty much any city. Jaywalking is like a suggestion. Or are you just saying, like, you don't have a term for it, like a word for it in Denmark? Where is Sepper? It's been so long since I did my bit about Sepper being Danish. That was one of my favorites. Me just always going out of my way to get it wrong and say that Sepper is from Denmark when he's not.
All I did was save this kid's balloon from floating away, and he made me this. It's the little things that
I
make
found
it
a
worth it.
thing. Hold on. I'm waiting. I might pull up the thing of funny Minnesota terms. That's used by people in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Indiana, and Western Canada. Okay, so it's like a Midwest thing in general. It's not entirely unique to Minnesota. That makes it a little better, but still, I didn't think that it was a regional thing. Like, I didn't think that was a dialect thing. I thought that was just an English word.
Gonna guess these guys aren't trading baseball cards.
They are definitely not trading baseball.
You guys are like little kingpins in training. So cute.
Oh god, two big guys again. Why? Okay, that makes it better. One of them's on the wall already. According to Wiktionary. Okay, okay. The thing that I found was hilarious because it was like a guide for people who wanted to travel here. And it was like, here are things that you will hear if you go to Minnesota, and it was written by like a native from Minneapolis. So it was like her making fun of our people, which I love doing. Because once you live anywhere that's not Minnesota and you stop hearing those words and then you come back here, it's like, oh my god, why do people talk like this?
Drugs are maybe my most
Like
disliked criminal activity.
there are my favorites that I talk about all the
Definitely
time
top
on
five.
stream. You know,
Or
Oofda,
bottom five,
O for
however
cute.
that works.
O for cute, by the way, there's more than just O for cute. I always say O for cute because it's like the middle-aged mom phrase that you'll hear a lot here. Like they'll go, "Oh, for cute." But there's other versions. There's like O for
Spider
stupid
plushie.
as
Oh,
well.
a toy designer made this prototype to get me to license my likeness. Too bad there's no way to get paid without revealing my identity.
And the best thing about like O for cute and O for stupid is if people type it out, a lot of the time, like we know that it's a weird thing and that it's like an accent thing. So you'll actually see some people who are from here who even like type it out and in the word for, because if you're talking like a true native, you say fur. People will spell it with an E. When they type out like O for cute, they'll spell it with an E intentionally as like a nod to the accent, which makes it even better. I've had people type out O for stupid to me and spell it with an E multiple times. Because we all know that it's ridiculous. Well, most of us know. Of course, everything's gonna sound weird. Oh, we don't call it soda here. I don't know. I've always referred to soda as soda. But, like, I don't know where I got it because no one in my family does. And, like, all of my friends growing up were always like, bro, it's not soda. And I was always like, it is. It's definitely soda. Because in Minnesota, we call soda pop. It's pop. It's not soda, it's pop. I don't call it that. I've never called it that. I'm just saying generally in Minnesota, you will not hear people say soda. People will ask you if you want a pop. It's still better than in the South where they call every soda a Coke. And yes, for my non-Americans, it's actually a thing that in the South, people will refer to any soda as a Coke. Like if you get a Sprite, they're gonna call it a Coke. If you get a Fanta, that's a Coke.
An illegal drug deal.
That's definitely, that's a Southern thing. That is, to me, so stupid. Because like Coke is a brand. Like, okay, pop is weird. And I've never said it. I don't even like pop. But like Coke is literally a brand. It is an exact soda. It's not all soda. Not all soda is Coke. Coke is a soda. Hold on, I'm gonna find the thing. It should be in my history. Where is it? I'm looking for it. It's whenever I was on Twitter. I need to look for when I was browsing Twitter in my history this morning. And it will be right about there. How is there this much in my history? Here it is. I found it. Or the drink you're offering? Really? You don't have like any general terms for it? Here we go. You guys aren't ready for this. 37 Minnesotan phrases and what they mean. Let me break it down for you. Also, the Minnesotan slang from a Minnesotan explained to you in depth by a Minnesotan. This will be even better than the original by Heather. I just opened her profile. Heather Cox. Number 1 is O for cute. Other variations, O for stupid, O for dumb. It's really just a way to emphasize that you think something is cute, dumb, stupid, whatever it might be. O for stupid, O for dumb. Those are more common than O for cute, but O for cute is kind of like the funniest one, like the most well-known and talked about one. Ope. Ope is classic. I even slip an ope here and there. This is just one that once it's baked into your brain, you don't lose this one. It's just like, here. A quick reaction exclamation that can mean sorry or excuse me. Yeah. Ope. So if you like bump into someone in public, you'll be like, ope, sorry. It's ope. It's kind of just like, oh. But like it's commonly understood as like, you know, excuse me, I guess. That is true. I wouldn't have explained it that way, but she's not wrong. That is definitely true in how it's used most of the time. Reinforcing the Minnesota nice demeanor. We're not nice, we're just passive aggressive. Don't ever get fooled by Minnesota nice bullshit. Let me squeeze right past ya. This one, so common. This is like a dad phrase. This is one of those things like, oh, for cute is kind of like a middle-aged mom phrase here. Let me squeeze right past you is like a dad phrase. It's excuse me. It's like if you're trying to get through somewhere, like say you're like at a baseball game and you know, some guy is like coming through trying to walk to his seat, trying to shimmy through. He'll be like, let me squeeze right past you. Something like that. Or even, yeah, it's just like an excuse me, pretty much. That's what she's saying. In a polite Minnesota, nice kind of way. Yeah, let me squeeze right past you is a good one. Super, super common. This is probably one of the most common ones out of the whole list, is let me squeeze right past you. You betcha is like, you hear it. It's not as common as, it's iconic. A lot of people know you betcha as being Minnesota. It's probably one of the less common ones on this list. Pretty much just means like absolutely. You can count on that. Her examples are good. It's not as common as people like to make it out to be, but it's a thing. You betcha is a thing. Oofda, there it is. Oofda. This is the wrong spelling. This is the correct spelling. For the record, just to have it out there. This is the correct one. This is the wrong one. It comes from Norwegian culture, which a lot of Minnesota speak actually does. Oofda is good. Oofda is a good one. We have a lot of like Norwegian, Scandinavian immigration, like in the state roots. So that's where a lot of these weird things come from. In all honesty, Oofda just being one of the more like direct ones. Is O for sure a Minnesota thing? Minnesotans are known for adding an O to the beginning of any... Okay, yeah. As noted in number 1, O for cute or O for stupid are really common phrases used in Minnesota by locals. Yeah, I guess in that sense. O for sure. Yeah, I don't know if that's really a Minnesota thing, but she's got a point. We do just kind of add O to like the beginning of any exclamatory phrase. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, yeah is like the full version. Yeah, no is probably the more common one. There are several variations of the yeah, no, yeah that can mean completely different things. This one is going to be one of the most confusing for people who are not from here. I know this shit. It's so funny. When I say yeah, no, it just means no. You've probably heard me say it. I don't use it as much as I used to since living in Florida because people would not understand what I'm saying. They're like, what do you mean, yeah, no? But yeah, no means no. It's like, yeah, no. But you just say it so quickly, it's like, yeah, no. But it means no. No, yeah, no means you're fine. But the answer is yes. So if you say no, yeah, or no, yeah, no, that means yes. These are so weird. These will confuse the shit out of people who have not just lived here. Because these are so strange. Even just the couple years in Florida, I would say these things and people would be baffled. And this is one of the reasons that like stuff like this got worked out of my speech. Was just I went to live somewhere else and I would say like no yeah or yeah no and people would not know what I was saying. They would be so confused by it. Duck Duck Grey Duck. This one's simple. This one's very simple. I don't even have to read her description. Duck Duck Grey Duck is Duck Duck Goose. That's simply all it is. If you ever played the game Duck Duck Goose growing up, we played it here too, except for some reason, in Minnesota, it's Duck Duck Grey Duck. That's what you yell when you play the game. Don't know where it came from. It's a Minnesota thing. It's Duck Duck Grey Duck. Holy buckets, fairly self-explanatory. It's like holy cow. There's a lot of Minnesota things that are like cursing phrases, kind of, that just aren't cursing. Geez Louise. Geez is really common in Minnesota, actually. But geez Louise, that's a good one. Budging. Here's... Oh, I did not mean to search A. Budge. Budging. Getting budged. This is where I started the whole rant about. This is the one. Skull is a new one. This one's kind of stupid. This one's really recent, like as of the last few years. It is the chant for the Minnesota Vikings. I'm not joking. It's for our football team, our NFL team. They play big drums and the crowd like claps and stomps along with it, and then the whole crowd yells "Skull." It's our football team's chant. It's the Vikings chant. That's all it is. But people will also just say "Skull" to one another around Minnesota as kind of like a "Go Vikings" sort of thing. You'll just say "Skull." I'm not a Vikings fan, so you won't hear me say it. But that's a Minnesota thing. That one's pretty recent, actually. Like the Skull chant only came about a few years ago. When we got this big new stadium, that's when the Skull thing started, because they have the big drum and horn and everything in there. What's your team? The Vikings. Ish or Ishta. Ishta's not very common. You'll hear ish way more. Ish is like yuck or gross or even just bad. Something that's ish is gross or bad in some way. I used this one on False this morning, the ish. This was one of the ones that I had to fit into a sentence. Literally means cheers. Well, for us, it's a war cry in football, all right? And not the pussy shit, kicking the ball around. Football. American style. Or aw geez. Yeah, this is just a combination of the O shit and the G's. Like, O is common here, G's is common here. People will say oh geez, ah geez. It's not much there. It's oh geez. Don't you know? This one is another super iconic one. And this one is actually pretty common. People do say don't you know? Does she have a thing in here? To confirm understanding. Oh yeah, it's like the same thing as saying like, don't you know? It's exactly that. That's a good way to, that's it. Some of these is so funny because they're so like baked into me that I don't even, like I have to use her explanation to get a base for mine. Hot dish? In Minnesota, a hot dish means the same thing as a cat. Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay, hot dish. Hot dish is just a casserole. We call it hot dish. But it's not like, there are some things that we still call a casserole. It kind of depends. A tater tot hot dish is like the iconic, hold on, I'll pull up. Is this just a link to a recipe? It absolutely is. I have to pull this up for people that don't know tater tot hot dish. Let me get it in a new tab. This is a Minnesota staple in the winter. This is a great Minnesota classic here. It's a casserole, but we call it hot dish here, okay? You gotta keep up. It's a casserole. But it's like hamburger meat, like ground beef, green beans, and tater tots. And I'm trying to think. I've never actually made tater tot hot dish, but I've had it. It's delicious. Yeah, you'll have like peas and carrots, corn in it, onions. Onions are almost always in it, actually. Like little diced onions. The carrots, peas, corn, it depends who makes it. I've had it with and without. But yeah, it's literally just like ground beef and a bunch of like little veggies and tater tots. And it's delicious. It is good. Oh, and some cheese. Some cheese is melted into it to kind of, make it all like come together, not be so dry. That's why it looks wet. It's the cheese that's mixed into it. It's pretty good. What to serve it with? Really nothing. It's a side dish. Oh my god. You don't have to serve it with a side dish, don't you know? They worked in don't you know just because. Works great with a salad or a cornbread. Yeah, it's kind of just its own thing. You don't really serve it with anything. You eat it like with a fork out of a bowl. It's a casserole. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. Just tater tot hot dish specifically. But yeah, I guess that one's almost like even new to me. It's like, yeah, we do, casseroles are called hot dish here. But some things are still called a casserole. It's a kind of weird one. Louis Anderson is from Minnesota? Let me think. Is he? Yeah, he's from St. Paul, apparently. He's from the cities. Oh! Is the cities on here? Do they have the cities? Oh my god, they do. We'll get back to that one. He's from the cities. We'll get back to the cities. I don't know what this is. Top the tater is an incredibly common thing that people use here. It's a sour cream dip. You dip potato chips in it, you put it on a baked potato, like that sort of thing. Mostly potatoes. It's like a chive and onion dip. I don't exactly know why she's saying it's like a phrase. People don't just go around saying, oh, top the tater. I guess she's just saying that it's so common that you'll probably see it if you travel here, and that's probably true. Like, if you're staying with someone, like, at their home, chances are they do have top the tater in their fridge, in all honesty. Family size or bust. That is a huge thing of top the tater. That is a spoon. The cities is Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's just when we say the cities, we mean specifically Minneapolis, St. Paul. We mean those two cities and the suburbs around them. There's a lot of big cities in Minnesota, but when a Minnesotan says the cities, they mean those two. Because they are pretty much one city. Hold on, let me get a map, actually. Minneapolis, St. Paul are effectively one city. Let me show. Right? I'll show you. Here we are. Okay. So here is a map of, this is Minneapolis, right? You got everything all around it. There's a lot around it. But Minneapolis, St. Paul is our capital. Essentially, the way that this works, the easiest way to remember it is that we have right here the Mississippi. This is the Mississippi River. And the river runs through the cities. And generally speaking, if you're on the east side of the Mississippi, you're in St. Paul. If you're on the west side, you're in Minneapolis. That's the easiest way to remember it. It kind of just splits the two in half. I don't know why they're two different cities, because literally, like, look at this. Like, this is Minneapolis right here. You go across, like, this bridge, and you're in St. Paul. Like, it's just one city separated by, like, a river and a bridge, really. But it's two different cities at the same time. That's the easiest way to put it. So whenever people say the cities, they just mean collectively, like, this area. We trying to find Cole's house? I'm explaining why we call Minneapolis, St. Paul the cities. Oh, there it is. Pop. Pop is soda. We don't call it soda. It's pop. It's simple. For Pete's sake, exclamatory. Good grief, exclamatory. Gosh darn it, exclamatory. PG substitute for goddamn it. But yeah, gosh darn it. Oh, for crying out loud. That's a common one. You hear that a lot here, actually. That's a really good one because it's funny. It sounds goofy in the accent, and people use it all the time. It's a super common one. Oh, for crying out loud. You'll hear that here. Darn tootin', not really. I'm going to be honest. Not to say I haven't heard it, but it's not super common. I don't hear it often. Interesting. This is a Minnesota phrase used when you're not quite sure what to say. Oh no. It's a passive-aggressive, polite way of saying I don't really like that or I don't know what to think about it. Oh. Sorry. That one caused a crisis real quick. I do use interesting as a filler word. Like, if I ever just in response to something, I just say interesting, like, as a filler. I do that so much, actually. It's fine. It's fine. Another variation is you're fine, basically. Oh my god. Hold on, this feeds into another one, and I see what they're saying. I would definitely say you're fine is the more common one. Hold on, where is the one from earlier? Where is it? Let me squeeze right past you, or ope. Let's go with these two, right? The two that you use when you, like, bump into someone in public, and you're trying to, like, get by them, like, it's kind of like an excuse me. It's like, oh, you know, someone bumps into me while I'm standing in public, right? Someone bumps into me. They say, oh, sorry. And then I'll look over my shoulder at them and I'll say, oh, you're fine. And that's all I'll say. Like, that is the exchange. Okay, it's fine, not so much. You're fine, so common here. Like, that exact scenario. Someone bumps into me in public, they apologize, and I go, oh, you're fine. I do it every damn time. Now that I think about it, when I lived outside of Minnesota, it probably sounded super passive-aggressive. It's not meant that way, but they probably thought that. That's a Lucy. Oh, yeah. Juicy Lucy is definitely a Minnesota burger. It's a Minnesota burger. This is a thing that we do here. I don't like Lucy's that much. If it's a really good one, I like it, but I normally am not a big fan. It's a hollowed out burger that they fill with like cheese and sometimes other stuff. I've had some that have been filled with like barbecue and stuff like that. But you fill it up with stuff and then they grill the burger. Like, they hollow out the inside of the patty, form the patty around whatever they put in, like a block of cheese in there, and then they grill it up and the cheese melts on the inside, and then when you bite into it, your burger is full of melted cheese. It's a Minnesota thing, like, it originates from here. I'm not a big fan of it. I know that that's like heresy to my people, but I'm not a big Juicy Lucy fan. They're solid. If it's a good Lucy, it's good, but a lot of the time they just burn the shit out of your mouth because the cheese on the inside has no way to cool until you've like gotten to it, because it's sitting inside of like the hot meat that's like safe to eat kind of hot, like hundreds of degrees hot. It has no way to cool until you bite into it, and the cheese is like as hot as the beef around it, and so it just burns the living shit out of your mouth. It's so painful, and it tastes okay. But it has to be like, it can't be too much cheese. Can't be. This is the State Fair. The Great Minnesota Get-Together. Some people call it this. I don't call it this. The State Fair. We have one of the largest state fairs in the country. I think it's like the second largest or third largest. Hold on. Largest state fairs in the US. Yeah, ours is the second largest. We are only beaten out by Texas in terms of our state fair size. Texas is the only state that beats us out. In fact, we have about double the visitors, now that I'm looking at the stats, of the New York State Fair, to put it into perspective. Some people call it the Minnesota Get-Together. It is multiple square miles in the city that gets completely, like, you know, nothing's there for a few weeks out of the year, like 3 or 4, I think. And the state fair is there. You buy a ticket, you go in, and it's just full of, like, food and, like, carnival rides and shit like that. And I mean, like, multiple square miles. And all the food is, like, horrific for your body. It's, like, cookies, like, some of the best cookies I've ever had in my life. There's a place called Sweet Martha's there that, oh my god. There's deep fried bacon is a staple food of the state fair. And I mean, like, super thick, like, big cuts of bacon. I don't mean, like, a single, like, bacon strip. I mean, like, this giant-ass chunk of bacon, deep fried. It's stuff like that. It's horrible for you. You walk around all day. It's in the summer. You walk around all day in, like, 90-degree, sunny weather, and you eat the worst food possible to consume. You get sick to your stomach, you're walking around, you're sweating. I don't go to it because I eat food and then I'm miserable for the rest of the day. So I don't go to the state fair, but it's insanely popular. Everyone goes to the state fair. It averages 2 million visitors a day, roughly. So it's a really big deal. I just don't go, personally. Why are you talking about Minnesota? I was talking about Minnesota phrases, and that's what this list is. Meat raffle. Meat raffles. This is a Minnesota staple. And this is... Okay. Let me explain to you the meat raffle without her description. if you go to a bar, normally not like a big fancy bar, like a local like kind of dive bar in Minnesota, chances are on like a Thursday or a Friday night, they have a meat raffle. And what it is they have little numbered tickets that they sell you. When you walk in, you get your food, and then they go around to all the tables and seats at the bar, and they'll sell you a ticket for like $1 or something. And you each get like a numbered ticket. You can buy as many as you want too. You could buy like 10 tickets for $10 on a spin if you want. And then they have a big wheel somewhere in the bar that they spin. And whatever the number lands on, they yell it out. Whoever has that number has won the spin. You go up to where the wheel is, and they have this giant selection of meats, like premium meats, good meat. And you get to choose one of those meats that you get to keep. That is a meat raffle. You go hang out at the bar, you buy like a $1 raffle ticket every time that they spin the wheel, and if they call your ticket's number, you get free meat to take home with you that night. I have won some amazingly delicious meat at meat raffles. They are a good time. Honestly, I normally profit, like I'll spend like $2 on the tickets and get like some nice ass bacon or steak or whatever it might be. It's a great thing. Love a meat raffle. That's definitely a Minnesota thing. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. No. Oh yeah. That's it. Not oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's, yeah. We all know, no explanation needed. Cripes. Yeah, it's a substitute for Christ. For cripes' sake is definitely something I've heard. Normally it's just cripes, but I've definitely, people say cripes. It's a good one. That's definitely not uncommon. Up north is just the northern part of the state. That's so boring. Like St. Cloud, I don't feel like, hold on, let me get my map back. I don't think of St. Cloud as being up north. Hold on. I'm getting the Minnesota map again. Okay. In the grand scheme of the state, here's like, you know, the cities is pretty down south. Most of the population in Minnesota lives down south, by the way. Like almost all of the state's population lives like below this line, like about St. Cloud, honestly. I think of up north as being like at least here. This is Mille Lacs, this big lake here. I think of up north as being like at least up there. St. Cloud is pretty close to the cities, and if we're being honest, it's not even like in the northern half of the state. Up north, I think of as like, it could be like Mille Lacs and above. Brainerd is probably pretty fair. That's one of the bigger cities up there. But really, it's more like up here. Like Leech Lake, Grand Rapids, Bemidji. That's like up north. Lutsen is super far north. I've been to Lutsen a couple times. It's actually really pretty up there. Anyway. Use guys. Okay, I saw you guys and I was like, you guys is everywhere. But use guys. That is, it's exactly like saying you guys. But some like super heavy accent people in Minnesota do say use guys. It's a thing. It sounds stupid. It doesn't mean anything special. But use guys. Anywho, I'm guilty of that one. It's anyway, anyways, anywho. Same thing. Commonly used when you're really ready to leave a gathering, but a Minnesota goodbye is occurring. Okay, a Minnesota goodbye is not even an entry on the list, which is crazy. A Minnesota goodbye is when you are trying to leave a gathering, event, your friend's house, whatever, but in some way, shape, or form, the person is trying to keep you there. Like they're constantly bringing up a new topic to get into. They're trying to show you something, whatever it is, and you're trying to leave. This has happened to me so many times at like a gathering or like a party of some sort, like a get together or a party, where I've been there for like an hour or two, I'm ready to leave. I try to leave, I try to like say goodbye to whoever's hosting it, and they're like, oh, did you, blah, 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 and they try to like keep you there. It's such a, It's such a weird thing. I hate it. I hate it. But anywho, or like anyway, you know, that is, it's funny that she wrote that in there because God, is that accurate? You're really trying to leave and you're like, all right, well, you know, with all that, you know, I'm on my way out. Why do they have bags on there? Oh, it's about how we pronounce it. Chat, have I talked about, I have to be careful with how I pronounce it. Have I talked about bag or bags? Have I talked about this? I'm being very careful with how I say it. Like, I'm really making sure that I don't say it the way Minnesotans say it. Has anyone ever caught me saying bags weirdly? Other than right now where I'm really trying to be careful about how I'm saying it. Have not? A true native to Minnesota does not say bag. That is not a bag. That is a bag. These are bags. Okay? So we're all on the same page. Bags. You get a plastic bag, a paper bag. These are bags. If you're from Minnesota. This is one of the words that mostly has worked out of my accent. I kind of say it funny. I don't say bags anymore. But if I'm just talking quickly, this has worked out of my accent since living in Florida. So like as of like 3 years ago, I kind of got rid of bag. But prior to moving away from Minnesota for the first time, I always said bag. And boat is just, ooh, boat. Cornhole. Oh shit! No. They're saying the lawn game bags. Okay, that's what they're saying. I thought they were just gonna say the way that we pronounce bag. But no, yeah. So you know cornhole, the game where you chuck the little bags into the hole on like the wooden board. A lot of Minnesotans call it bags. So yeah. It's a thing. Beer back? Don't tell me this is a Minnesota thing. Beer back is purely us. When you order a Bloody Mary in Minnesota, also sometimes in Wisconsin, you'll receive a small pour of a light beer on the side of your Bloody Mary. Yeah? The technical term for it is a snit? It's a what? But in Minnesota, it can be referred to as a beer back chaser. I've only ever in my life I heard it called a beer back. This one I didn't even know was just us. I swear I have always thought that getting like a little beer chaser, that's a beer back. I've always known that as a beer back. I didn't know that that was just us saying things weird. And the North Shore, it's like Duluth. It's Lake Superior. It's that kind of area, and like the what's it called? The Boundary Waters as well. That's like the North Shore. Yeah, Lake Superior to Grand Portage. Anyway, that's Minnesotan phrases 101. I even learned a couple there. Well, I learned not a couple in the sense of I've never heard them. I learned a couple in the sense of I didn't know that that was specifically us saying something weird. The more you know, indeed. I'm gonna grab a backpack.
207 kidnapping reported. Nearest officer, please respond. Need additional
it's not actually highlighting where that is, so I'm gonna ignore it. Oh wait, now it is. Hold on, grab that.
My injured shoulder eventually healed. The bill took a lot.
I'm gonna check the bananas. Don't worry.
Got an algorithm in the suit that can extrapolate where the kidnapper
I gotta make sure that those bananas sold. Because if not, I need to lower the price. If I couldn't fill all of them for 83. Or sorry, 93. To be fair, I was selling like 1,200 of them. So as long as most have sold, I probably don't need to lower them. But like, if after 2 hours, not even half of them sold, then yeah, I probably need to bring the price down. But we'll check the bananas. The banana scheme, or just whatever I cook up next after it, or probably once I have a bunch of money. Like, my smithing leveling. RuneScape being a recurring bit is a funny idea to me. I'll stick with it until people get, like, actively tired of it, because I just think it's funny. insert a quick RuneScape activity into stream at a random point every day. Ow. I like the idea behind it. It's a good concept. I'm glad that I got to explain bags. Or another weird one. In terms of Minnesotan, or this is Canada as well. A lot of Canadians say it this way too. Is, you know, bagels, chat? You know what a bagel is? You'll hear a lot of people here. You might think like, oh, they just really emphasize bagel. You might think that's where I'm going. It's not where I'm going. What I'm going into is people here will very regularly refer to bagels as bagels. I would say it's much more common here for people to say bagel than bagel. The more you know. You've probably heard really anyone call it a bagel before. It's not like super specifically us. It's not like only we do that, but it's just so common here for people to call it a bagel, is all I'm saying. And it drives me crazy. I've always said it right my whole life. I've always said bagel. That one even drives me nuts. The bagel thing. What is top the tater? Oh, it's like an onion and chive dip. It's a brand name. Like, you go and get it at the supermarket. I don't know why she had it on the list, other than, like, because the list was supposed to be phrases. But for some reason, she was just like, oh yeah, top the tater. You'll find it in, like, any Minnesotan's house, like, in the fridge. She's not really wrong, to be fair. Oh, they sold. Oh, they sold. There we go, chat. You see that? 109,542. Now you know what we do with it? The trading price on bones went down to 68. Oh my god. What did you say? Oh, it's an onion and chive dip. All in? That's what I'm doing. I already have the mind runes. 1,600 bones this time. Honestly, I can leave that offer sitting there. It's just like you put it on, or you dip like potato chips in it. You put it on like a baked potato. I don't know why it was on the list. It is a really common one here. It's a name brand that you get at like the market, like supermarket. I don't know why she had it on the common phrases and slang list. It's not like anyone just randomly goes, oh, top the tater, bud. But like, it's a common condiment? No, dip is probably the better word for it. These bone prices seem to be jumping all over the place, I'm not gonna lie. They really seem to be all over the place. They don't need to fill right now. Like, this is one of those things where, like, I can leave this running for the next 20 hours. Just leave that gold in there, waiting. And as long as it fills by tomorrow at 68, the bone prices fluctuate a lot on the market because it's so commonly traded for various reasons. Prayer training. A lot of people will pick up bones as like junk while leveling their combat stuff to sell because it's a needed item on the market. Someone has to supply it somehow. But like, you know, they fluctuate like crazy. So I could probably just leave it even if they're not filling at 68 right now. There's no way they don't fill at 68 by tomorrow. For whatever we do tomorrow. I don't have tomorrow scheduled. For the record. I could try to get the Lego Batman out of the way. I don't know. I could even get really wild and do something that no one would expect. RuneScape stream. Full RuneScape stream. We practically did one of those the other day, in all fairness. A speedrun to being able to fund my my smithing though, like through flipping bones, would be really funny. You know, you want to. I would. It would be enjoyable. But I think it's excessive. I don't know if we need full RuneScape streams to sneak their way into rotation, because RuneScape is a game that never ends. We would be here a lot playing RuneScape. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing things like the Armored Core 100%, doing every game in that series, which seemed like it was a bigger thing to bite into, but most of them are not that time intensive. So it hasn't been bad so far. I'm trying to think. There's other stuff. And agreed. Look, I said it earlier. I dated a Texan for 2 years, so I don't know why, you know, Southern accent would even be like on the worst accents list, but it is. So anyway, yeah, we're doing other stuff. Feel free to come back for any of it. Also, if you enjoyed and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff, so I'd appreciate it. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube to engage with the community, feel free to check out links in the description below. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, anything like that you might be looking for. Patreon and membership stuff is also linked down there if you're looking into any of that. That's more geared towards videos, but it does just generally support the channel, so it all goes to me anyway. So feel free to check those out if you're interested. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you always back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.